The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Halt the troop, Sergeant Ordway.
Yes, sir. Troop! Halt! Troop! Halt!
Now, this is a rest stop. Take half an hour. Ordway, get my map case. Bring Pryor back with you.
Yes, sir.
Captain, this rapid pace is not good on the feet of unshod horse.
And hard on the riders, Charbonneau, but there's no help for it. We're short on time.
But soon we enter the Lemhi country. We will have to slow down or kill off the horses.
Wonder if we can't avoid the Lemhi Pass this time. Take a tip from the buffalo. Their trails seem to run to the southeast.
That is good, sir. Only yesterday, Sacagawea was saying we should follow the buffalo.
Janie said that? How does she know?
As a young maiden, she came here often with her people to dig roots. She knows this country.
Where is she?
With the baby. The rapid riders upset him in the stomach. Sacagawea makes him a more comfortable listener.
Suppose you do that. Send her to me.
Yes, sir.
The chart, sir.
Pryor reporting, sir.
Yes. Now, both of you take a look at this map. We're right about here, 2 days south from Traveler's Rest. Almost to where East Fork Creek cuts into the Bitterroot River.
We camped here last fall. We were saying then that the worst was over, only it wasn't.
Captain Clark, if we're going to make it through the Lemhi country, we better rest the horses longer than half an hour.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Well, how's little Pompey? You need something to settle his stomach?
He's sleeping. He will be all right.
Charbonneau says you know this country.
Well, here I found the roots that taste like your carrot.
Now, look at this map, Janie. If we keep on south, we'll have to travel two sides of a triangle.
Triangle? What is a triangle, sir?
A figure with three sides. Look, south from here to where we came out of the pass last year. That's one side.
One side.
Now we turn due east through the pass to the cache at the headwaters of the Jefferson. That's the second side.
Oh, now I understand. It is shorter if you go this way, the third side.
What kind of a trail is it, Janie? Is it difficult?
Oh, it is very pretty. The buffalo always choose easy trails.
Good. Shallow water just ahead, if my memory serves. We'll ford the river and take the next buffalo trail bearing to the southeast.
There is much peril, Captain. The southeast goes into Crow country. The Crow people like to steal. They like to kill.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves. July 5, 1806. William Clark, with two-thirds of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, moved toward the headwaters of the Jefferson River in what is now southwestern Montana. His partner, Meriwether Lewis, led the rest of the Corps into northern Montana to explore Marias River. Clark would follow the Jefferson to Three Forks, where Sergeant Ordway would take 9 men down the Missouri to the Great Falls, where he would make a portage, then meet Lewis at the union of the Missouri and the Marias. The combined party would move on to where the Missouri met the Yellowstone, on the border between present-day Montana and North Dakota. Clark, meanwhile, would go east to the Yellowstone and follow its curving course to that common point of rendezvous, the Yellowstone and Missouri. Essentially, Lewis was making a semicircle to the northeast, Clark to the southeast, and Sergeant Ordway in between. All three, in acquiring vital geographical information, were risking their lives by traveling in groups so small that they invited attack by hostile Indians.
If we rode with danger, we also rode with beauty. The country that required constant alertness also displayed gently rolling hills covered with the bright bloom of wildflowers and small plains areas that looked like parklands. Every forested glade we passed could have been a hiding place for savages, planning our extermination.
Captain, I was figuring we're about half a day from the cache. You want me to take out a hunting party and get us some meat and set up camp there?
What's your hurry, Ordway?
Oh, no hurry, sir.
Could it be you remember that cache has tobacco in it?
I admit it, sir. I'm dying for a chaw. Except for a whiff or two on a peace pipe, not a man jack of us had tobacco for 6 months.
Go ahead. Take Shannon, Willard, and York with you. Keep a sharp eye out for hostiles.
Yes, sir.
We pushed on, moving at a slow pace to save the horses. Something would have to be done about resting them and then protecting their hoofs against the prickly pear they would soon encounter. I had seen Indian ponies wearing overshoes made of buffalo hide. Perhaps if Ordway and the hunters were lucky enough to bring in buffalo, we could make shoes for our suffering animals. Along toward the end of the day, we reached our destination, the cache. 2 buffalo were cooking over the fires, and our canoes of last year had been recovered.
Over here, Captain Clark. Over here, sir.
Halt! Halt! All right, let's get those horses unloaded.
Canoes are in fair shape, sir. A little work and they'll be ready.
All right, Windsor, Charbonneau, take the first watch. Ordway, get a shovel. We'll take a look at that cache.
Yes, sir. Follow me, Captain.
Slowly, Sergeant, slowly.
Excuse me for being in a hurry, sir. But all day I've been thinking how good it'll be to have my face filled with some good old Virginia.
Well, don't hope too much. Perhaps water got in and spoiled it all.
Oh, don't say that, sir. Well, here we are, sir. You really think it'll be spoiled? This is high ground, sir.
Save your breath and dig. I didn't tell him that I was as interested as he was in the tobacco. I let him dig, watching how carefully he exposed the contents of the hole, protected by a layer of pine boughs and a heavy tarpaulin. I had Private Gibson get in the hole and pass out the stored articles. Out came notes and specimens carefully wrapped. Lead canisters of powder, spare tools.
All looks to be in fair shape, sir. Say, what's this? Tobacco?
Well, now, Sergeant, I imagine it is. Except for men on watch, all tobacco users, front and center.
Look out now, don't shove. Hey, York, get your big foot off the line.
Keep your feet out of the way, boy. Stop trying to make footprints for me.
Me make prints for you. Only an elephant can do that.
All right, line up. Stop shoving, Shannon.
No, who's shoving, Sergeant?
Quiet, listen. Now listen.
All right, quiet.
This is the way it'll be with the tobacco. 2 feet to each man, including Captain Lewis's detail when we meet him. After, we put aside 1/3 for trading goods.
Want me to start cutting it, sir?
Pryor's steadier with a knife. You hand it out.
Yes, sir.
Some of the men bit off chaws the moment they received their tobacco. Others waited until after the evening meal, as I did. I filled my pipe, took a long pull, and was so dizzy I could hardly sit up.
What's the matter, Captain? Dizzy?
I'm not used to smoking anymore.
Everybody in camp's dizzy with it.
Maybe I'll put mine aside for now. Gotta have somebody in camp with his wits about him.
Yes, I thought of that, sir. No tobacco to the guards.
I sat back and watched the fire. I felt nervous, despite the fact that the horses seemed all right. The guards were alert, capable. Then I realized that in the morning I faced the necessity of dividing my command, even before Ordway took his party down the Missouri. Meriwether Lewis had helped plan that, just as he had everything else we'd done in over 2 years. Until now, we had shared all responsibilities. Now, I would have to bear it alone. Sergeant Pryor.
Yes, sir?
As soon as Ordway and Cruzat get through with minor repairs in the morning, I'll be taking the canoes downriver. Besides yourself, who are the best horse handlers in camp?
Oh, Shannon for one, and Windsor's good.
All right, take them and Hall and Willard. Drive the horses to 3 forks where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers come together to form the Missouri. You understand?
Yes, sir. 3 forks.
I'll meet you there with the boats in 3 to 4 days. We were on the river again, but it didn't seem the same river we had traveled before by oar, pole, tow rope. Now we glided effortlessly and rapidly with the current. In the space of a single day, we swept by 6 previous campsites, and 3 days after we had taken to the boats, we neared the 3 forks.
Smoke up ahead, Captain.
So I see. We'll approach with caution.
It is white man's fire, Captain.
Yeah, there's too much size for the Indian fire, huh?
Put the telescope on it, sir.
It's Pryor and the men. Ah, they're cooking supper.
Oh, we're right on
I
time.
can see some of the horses. Lay on the shore, Ordway.
Yes, sir.
We beached the boats and got out to face a grinning Pryor and his detail. 6 deer were cooking over as many fires.
Well, what took you? We stopped to hunt and got up a meal for everybody, and still we've been here nigh under 2 hours.
We had to go back to Fort Clatsop to pick up some blue beads you left.
Nate, we figured Injuns would have got you by now.
What engines?
The ones you ain't seen.
That's the way I like them.
The meats look mighty good.
Should be ready to eat.
Hey, York, what do you say we help dish up, no?
Sure thing, Charbonneau.
Any sign at all of Indians, Pryor?
Nothing.
Well, then I think I'm hungry. Let's eat.
No, I'm with you there.
The eating was mighty good. And to borrow a favorite phrase of Meriwether's, we fared sumptuously. Then, temporarily, we defeated swarms of mosquitoes by throwing enough green wood on the fires to make them smoke. The men relaxed with their tobacco, and for the first time in many months, I heard York sing.
Relaxing sound, that singing.
They sang a lot back home. Women used to sit around and listen.
I sure envy him that. Me, I had to chase after him.
Captain, here we are at the Missouri. When do I leave? In the morning?
That's right, with 9 men and the baggage. You should manage fine. Gas will meet you at the Great Falls with the trucks for the portage. Then you go down the Missouri to meet Captain Lewis at the Marias River.
Can I have Cruzat and Calder?
Yes? Anybody else?
Oh, you name the others, sir.
Well, Weiser, Collins, Willard, Howard, LePage, Potts, and Whitehouse. All of them are good in the boats. Now remember, you'll be in danger mostly on land. In camp or hunting, keep alert.
Anything you want me to say to Captain Lewis?
No, I'll write him tonight. After breakfast the next day, Ordway left. A little nervous, but with an outward show of confidence. He was on his own, and I hoped he would be all right. Pryor got the rest of us ready for the overland trek. All horses were now provided with tough buffalo hide overshoes.
49 horses, 1 colt, sir. All baggage loaded, and we're ready to move.
Fine. Where's Janie?
I passed the word. She's coming. Huh. Here she is now.
Sir?
You know the river called Yellowstone, Janie?
It is from the south and turns east, a fine river.
Southeast. Is that the direction for us?
To the mountains. Take pass. Yellowstone River is on other side.
How much time to go down the Yellowstone to the Missouri? 1 moon?
Maybe half a moon. First part, we maybe have trouble with Crow tribes.
Well, we better get started, Pryor.
Yes, sir.
We rode through country that continued to be a scenic delight. With plenty of game near at hand. We climbed by easy stages into the mountains, and Sacagawea located a pleasant pass which led us into the valley of the Yellowstone.
Captain, this is really easy traveling. I hope Ordway is having as easy a time of it.
And Captain Lewis up in Blackfoot country.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Injuns, so far not a hide nor hair of one. Hey, Charbonneau, where are all them Injuns Sacagawea said we'd run into?
Do you not feel them, Sergeant? Especially at night, huh? They're all around us.
Biding their time, I suppose. Waiting till they catch a sentry asleep.
We've been lucky. Perhaps they're afraid of our weapons.
You really believe they're all around, Charbonneau? Does Janie think so?
She hopes that seeing a woman and a child among us will make them realize we are a party of peace.
Captain, when we come to the river, do we stay on shore and follow it, or do we make dugouts?
Both. Staying in sight of each other. Half of the boats, half of the horses should be some insurance against attack.
Captain, I have found one of the roots like a carrot. I have pulled it for you.
Yeah, it sure looks like a carrot. Tonight I'll try to draw a picture of it for Captain Lewis.
Captain, look. Back in the pass. Smoke.
It is a crow signal smoke.
You're sure?
But there is also answering smoke far ahead of us.
Well, I'll be danged. Over on the horizon.
Uh-huh. You see, Sergeant?
They have been following us for days.
That night, when we made our camp, I doubled the number of men on watch. I sat up much later than usual, straining eyes and ears for the sight or sound of hostiles. But nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, to be awakened by a grim Sergeant Pryor.
Captain,
Morning, Pryor.
there's 3 horses missing, sir.
But missing. You're sure they didn't stray?
Yes, sir. I found an Indian moccasin print. And the 3 were our best horses.
Didn't the sentries hear anything during the night?
Not a thing.
There was room for doubt about this first adroitly managed theft. It vanished in the developments for the next 2 nights. Each night, despite the most elaborate of precautions, 2 more horses disappeared. Again, the best animals. Attention began to communicate itself to the men. The idea of standing watch with all faculties alert and still unable to detect the thieves in action is very hard on morale. It made a man doubt himself.
I don't see how they got away with it. Right under my nose.
Many Indians steal horses, but with the crow, it is an art.
Don't they get some kind of medal for it?
It is called counting a coup. Stealing an enemy horse is second only to killing enemy warriors in battle.
Captain, river ahead.
The sight of water somehow was very welcome. Now we were not entirely dependent upon the horses for transportation. We would use dugouts and, of course, defend our horses to the utmost of our abilities because they represented money. When we reached the Mandan villages, we could use them to acquire many needed articles and services.
Captain, timber here is too small for canoes.
I'll keep moving. Send Bratton and Shields ahead to find us some good trees.
Yes, sir.
We found the timber, but it was barely thick enough. And the width and depth of our craft would be no more than 2 feet. We set up camp while trees were felled and the boats made from them. That night, we tried placing our horses between campground and the river.
Well, looks like them crows will have a tough time stealing anything tonight.
Make sure the guard is doubled.
Yes, sir. Huh. Old York's at the singing again. Must figure we're safe.
Well, maybe he's singing to keep up his courage. How long can you make those canoes?
Oh, 28 feet.
2 by 28. Why don't we put them in tandems?
2 side by side. That's good. Give us stability.
York, shut up that noise.
You say shut up, boy?
If you got a gargle, do it down by the river.
You got no call to talk to me that way.
Just shut up or I'll stomp you.
Stop me, a rut like you?
York, Shannon, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
I'll make allowances, York. Shannon's nervous.
I sure am.
This valley's crawling with hostiles. Instead of fighting each other, why not try to get along? Keep alert. Listen for the enemy.
I'm sorry, York.
Me too. Got no business singing with hostiles out there. I'll listen.
Gotta catch them horse thieves.
The night seemed peaceful. The horses seemed calm. The watch was changed regularly without incident. Each man seemed alert. Then along toward dawn, there was an uproar of noise from the horses. I sent men to reinforce the watch, held others back for the defense of the camp, and built up the fires for light. Presently, order was restored among the horses. The first of the daylight, Pryor trudged in.
Captain, them Indians stole 24 horses.
But how?
I don't know exactly. Shannon and Charbonneau are still chasing after him. I found this moccasin and a piece of Indian
We
rope.
lost 24. That leaves only 18.
That's right, sir. Looks like Charbonneau and Shannon coming this way now.
It was crows, Captain.
Big party, sir. Shannon and me, we were the sentinels. How they surprise us, I don't know. One moment, all quiet. Next, everything come at once. I think I wounded one of the thieves.
When the fuss started, they got the horses over that little rise to the east and ran them down the draw 3-4 miles away.
And there, the trail disappears.
It's rocky ground.
Oh, this settles it. We have to get these horses away before we lose them all.
Yes, sir.
Pryor, you and Shannon and Windsor are going to take them out of this country.
Sir?
Now, you three men know horses better than the rest of us. Drive them directly overland to the Mandan villages on the Missouri. Stay there with Chief Blackcat until we pick you up.
Catch that, Shannon?
Quite a job, but we'll make it.
We've got to make it. Go tell Windsor. We'll move out in an hour.
Toward mid-morning, Sergeant Pryor, Windsor, and Shannon rode out. The rest of the men stood and watched, most of them assured they would never see Pryor or Shannon or Windsor alive again. It was asking a lot of those three, sending them out into a country filled with Indians you couldn't see, Indians who wanted your horses. But there was no other way. Somebody had to do it. I tried to forget I was the one who issued that order. I moved about watching the men build the boats. 6 of them. You're coming right along.
Captain, you feel them 3 boys will be all right all alone with them horses?
I hope so.
Maybe if they keep on the move and sleep in turn.
Well, looks like we can put the tandem in the water tomorrow. Charbonneau, how's the larder?
Enough meat for another day, sir.
We pushed off early in the day. The current was strong, and our boats were swept along at a fast pace. We used paddles and tillers only for direction. By the end of that first day, we had logged 80 miles. The following day, gliding along at the same brisk pace, I spied an unusual rock formation looming downriver. It was like a tower above the plain, and the top of it, Sacagawea saw it too.
Look, Capitan.
You've seen it before, Janie?
No, but often my people spoke of it. On it are carved symbols by the men of many tribes.
I think I'll have to take a closer look. Lay in ashore.
Yes, sir.
The sides of the rock were covered with Indian signs and pictographs. I climbed up high enough to chisel my name and the date into the stone above the others, where it would not easily be obliterated. Then I went on up to the top. I stood erect, aware of a light breeze, and looked about. It was an impressive view, mile upon mile of hills and grassland and winding river. I stayed up there for some time until cries from below caught my attention. The men had beached the canoes and had prepared a midday meal. I descended carefully, made my way back to them.
Captain, don't go up there no more. You could fall and kill yourself.
It was peaceful up top. Say, look at little Pop eating meat like a grown man.
Soon he will no longer be a baby. Soon he will be a big boy.
That's what we'll call it. From now on, that big pile of rock is Pompey's tower.
Someday, Baptiste, or Pompey, as you call him, will come back here. He will climb as you did.
And when he's old enough to understand the honor, we will tell him of this monument named after him, huh?
August 3rd, 1806, we reached the Missouri. The men yelled and cheered as we put into shore. Here we would make camp and wait for Meriwether, Lewis, and Ordway to appear. But soon we found that waiting at this particular spot was going to be all but impossible.
Got him. Captain, the mosquitoes are trying to eat us all alive. That one was as big as a horse.
I'll better build up a fire.
Yes, sir. But it'll take more than a fire to stop these flying wolves.
Oh, Captain, the mosquitoes. I've never seen them so bad. Ooh.
Now, don't start that fire, York. We're getting out of here. I left a note for Meriwether fastened to a stick, which I jammed into the riverbank, and we went downriver for a couple of days. We hauled up on a beach where there were no insect pests. We built fires, had a noontime feast of buffalo meat. I was looking about for a place to take a nap when Sacagawea clutched my arm and pointed upriver.
Captain, look, bull boat.
Hey, I've never seen a Mandan bull boat on the open river.
Take another look. That ain't no man down in that bull boat. That's Sarge Pryor.
Pryor was the sole occupant of the leading bull boat, and Windsor and Shannon were in the other. Considering that bull boats were circular basins of buffalo hide stretched over a stick frame and not intended for open river navigation, they handled the bobbing, swinging craft with rare skill, putting in at the camp amid the yells of the men. I hurried to the water's edge and was relieved when all three men, apparently none the worse for wear, stepped out of the bull boats. Ah, Pryor, what happened?
Well, sir, second day out, Indians took every last horse we had.
We tried to follow them, but it was no good. They ran away from us.
We headed to the Yellowstone fast as we could hoof it to try to get there before you passed in the boats. And we never made it. We knew when we saw your name on that tower of rock. Only thing we could do was shoot buffalo and make bull boats. No tools to make dugouts.
Well,
Bull boats ain't so bad once you get used to them.
Only thing is you can't make them go very well against the current.
well, you didn't try, did you?
Well, yes, sir, we did. You see, when we got to the mouth of the Yellowstone, I found your note at that place where the mosquitoes are. I read it, threw it aside, and started downriver.
You did what?
Well, I thought the note was for me at first, then I figured that I was supposed to be at the Mandan villages, and you wouldn't be leaving a note for me. It had to be for Captain Lewis.
We wanted to go back and fix things, but like Sergeant says, we can't make bull boats go upstream in a strong current.
We may be in trouble, Sergeant. Big trouble. The loss of the horses reduced us in one stroke from men in a strong position for trading to a group of impecunious wanderers. But even that wasn't bad, given any luck in hunting. What was bad was that Meriwether Lewis would be coming downriver with no clear idea of our whereabouts. It would be very easy to miss each other on the wide Missouri.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition, starring Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves, featured Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Cliff Holland, Frank Gersel, Eddie Firestone, and Don Spruance. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
America. Most Americans are familiar with the names of those courageous early American explorers, Lewis and Clark, who are two of the characters in tonight's broadcast of the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Lewis and Clark launched their expedition into the wilds of the Northwest in 1804. But even then, the DuPont Company had established its first chemical factory in Delaware. The stories of exploration are bright pages in the history of the nation. Important also is another kind of exploration, the kind that takes place in chemical laboratories like those of DuPont, where the exploration results in better things for better living through chemistry. Our first story this evening takes place in the early days of the 19th century in the vast wilderness west of the Mississippi. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Charles Wakefield Cadman's song, From the Land of the Sky Blue Water, which is based on an American Indian theme. To explore has come to us naturally, for the very foundation of our nation was through exploration. Columbus, Cabot, De Soto, Hudson, John Smith, Coronado, La Salle, from those intrepid adventurers we received this heritage. In the year 1803, Thomas Jefferson, then President of the United States, obtained an appropriation from Congress for the exploration of the newly purchased territory lying west of the Mississippi and extending to the Pacific Ocean. As leader of the expedition, he appointed his young secretary, Meriwether Lewis, who seized upon the task with great zeal. He chose as his partner and co-leader William Clark, brother of George Rogers Clark of Revolutionary fame. On March 14, 1804, a brave company, 45 in number, started up the Missouri River. We find them at La Charrette, the last outpost of civilization, talking with the chief magistrate of that settlement, a brave pioneer himself, Daniel Boone.
Wished I were young enough to go with you, Captain Lewis.
I wish so too, sir. Hey, Clark?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Boone. Oh, one of our men was telling us how he fought with you, a fellow by the name of Gordon Cameron.
The old Scot. I know him well.
Hey there. Hey.
Ain't that his voice?
Captain Lewis. Captain Lewis.
I'm here, Cameron, with Mr. Boone.
Not Daniel Boone. Daniel.
Yes, good and old friend, and happy to see you again.
The guide says the wind is right, Captain, and we better be starting.
We're ready.
Who is your guide, Captain Lewis?
A Frenchman. Toussaint Charbonneau.
Aye, a Frenchman with an Indian wife. A wife he insists on taking on the expedition.
Charbonneau says that Sacagawea is a better guide than he is himself.
A woman for a guide. A woman on an expedition brings bad luck.
Don't mind Cameron's growls, Captain Lewis.
Oh, I don't.
Come, I'll walk with you to your boat. How fast do you aim to travel?
Well, with luck, 15 miles from sun to sun.
Luck, indeed. With a woman on the party.
Ah, yes, and here she is with her husband. This is Charbonneau, Mr. Boone, and his wife.
Howdy,
Charbonneau.
And what tribe is your wife from, Charbonneau?
The Shoshons, monsieur. As a child, the Blackfeet tribe, they steal her. I buy her from them.
How called you her name?
I am called Sacagawea, the bird woman.
You're very young to be guiding this expedition, my child. May your eye be clear and your senses keen, for upon you and Charbonneau rests a great responsibility.
Pushing westward, daring adventurers struggled against turbulent waters and virgin forests, against hostile savages, death-bearing insects, wild animals, heat, rain, cold. As the year went on, a son was born to Charbonneau and Sacagawea. Over a year passes. It is June 1805. We find Captain Lewis with Cameron, Charbonneau, Sacagawea, and her papoose standing in a ravine beneath an overhanging rock where they have shelter from a torrential rain.
When she rains so, this brook, she soon become a raging torrent.
There's no saying what may happen with a woman on the party. And now with a bear.
Surely we're safe here.
Often I see angry waters carry huge rocks and trees before them, bringing death to all in their path.
Even as she comes now. You hear?
Aye, I hear it. It is as if a dam had burst.
Hold her fast to the captain, wife. Even now the water covers our feet.
Hold fast, Charbonneau. You'll lose your footing. Cameron, give him a hand.
Hey, merci, monsieur. I cannot swim. We must get to the higher ground and quickly. Each moment the water she rise.
Give me the child, Sacagawea. I'll hold him.
Thank you, Captain.
Wife, the current has swept her away. Cameron, hold the child. Here, Charbonneau, take my gun and sack.
The water. They are carrying her toward the falls, monsieur.
I'll get her. I'm coming, Sacagawea.
Captain, wait now. Now they'll both be dragged into the rapids. Captain, watch those rocks. Look, he has reached her. They'll never stand against the torrent. Here, hold the baby.
Yes, monsieur.
Courage, Captain. Cameron, he brings her up. Hold fast.
Hurry. I can't hold it much longer.
I'm throwing it behind you, Captain, so they'll drift down to you. Here you are.
I have it.
He has it.
Pull, Cameron.
Hey, pull. Slowly. Slowly, the rope. Cut the rope.
Once more, man brave. One more pull.
We'll make it this time, Captain.
Good. Give me your hand there.
Here now, up on the bank.
There. Safe now. Not alive.
Here, wrap this cloak of mine around you.
Cameron, you were giving me your cloak.
After all the trouble we had to save you, it wouldn't have been sense to let you die of the cold.
After weeks of struggle, the party reaches the foothills of the Rockies, in what is now part of the state of Montana. For days, the expedition searches in vain for a way through or across the huge mountains. Lewis, Cameron, and Sacagawea gaze toward the snow-tipped peaks that bar their path. Mountains. Mountains in all directions.
Impassable barriers, that's what they are.
Somewhere on the other side of those mountains lies the great Columbia River. Leads to the Pacific.
Unless we reach it, our whole expedition's a failure.
Your woman guide has failed ye.
Lewis, look. Indians coming through the ravine. Yonder.
Blackfeet, enemies of my people.
They outnumber us.
Let's face them, Captain. Daniel Boone and I were a match for the 5 redskins.
Let me speak with them.
No, Eth, no. They'll catch you and carry back into slavery again. Let's face them, Captain. Sacagawea.
Wait, Sacagawea, come back here.
This fleet is a deer, monsieur. Already she is too far away.
Come, we must follow her.
They are Blackfeet, monsieur. They make friends with no one.
Every man ready now. The chief is approaching us. His greetings seem friendly.
Maybe treachery.
If we have to rescue that woman again...
Quiet, Reverend. Be on guard.
I wish I could understand what they're saying.
Captain Lewis, these my own people. This is my brother. He bids you welcome. He thanks you for saving my life. The Blackfeet drove them from their old hunting grounds.
Tell the chief that we are his friends and that we bring gifts and food. Ask if he knows a path through the great mountains.
Perhaps she plans to trick us, Captain. You can guess which way a man will jump, but a woman or a redskin...
Wait, Cameron. Well, Sacagawea?
Beyond great mountains lies mighty river. River that leads to the sea. There is a path by which it may be reached.
The great river. The river we seek.
He never shows the way. It's his only defense against the Blackfeet.
Wait.
Chief knows white men are true friends. He will lead white warriors through mountains.
Goal is won.
Well, come on. Were we wrong now to bring the woman?
To be a mean man who couldn't admit that he was wrong.
On the 15th of November, Lewis and Clark finally sighted the Pacific Ocean. 18 months it had taken them to traverse 4,000 miles of wilderness, from the mouth of the Missouri to the western shore of the continent. No braver exploit is recorded in the cavalcade of America. This evening's second story concerns Greely's Arctic expedition in 1881. Much of the music of Grieg expresses the composer's impressions of his own Northland. Our Cavalcade Orchestra will set the scene with Morning Mood from Grieg's suite Peer Gynt. cavalcade moves onward. The will to explore is still a characteristic trait among Americans. It is July 7th, 1881. Adolphus W. Greeley, 37 years old, lieutenant in the United States Signal Corps, sets out for the Arctic regions with a party of 25 men. The good ship Proteus, designed as a sealing vessel, is almost ready to sail. On the dock, Lieutenant Greeley is bidding a last farewell to his wife.
For 3 years, dear. It's a long time.
It won't be 3 years, Henrietta.
Oh, but
At the end of the year, a ship is scheduled to bring us supplies. If we've accomplished our mission, we'll return then.
But you told the newspapers you were taking supplies for 3 years.
Well, of course. We must always be on the safe side.
Oh, it all seems so terribly far away. Why must my husband go? Why was he chosen?
This is a big opportunity for me, darling. There's never been an expedition so well equipped, so sure of reaching its goal.
I know.
Smile, dear. Smile and wish me good luck.
Command the flight compliments, Lieutenant. They're ready to cast off.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Oh.
Well, dear, time to go. Where's that smile? Ah, that's better.
Oh, just come back to me safely. That's all that matters, dear.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Kiss the babies for me.
I will.
Remember, keep smiling.
I will.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
On August 12th, Lieutenant Greeley established headquarters on Discovery Bay, Greenland. The work of surveying and scientific research went on rapidly. Greeley's courageous leadership helped them pass that first long Arctic winter. On May 13, 1882, a sub-expedition under Lieutenant Lockwood planted the stars and stripes farther north than man had ever been before. They returned to Greeley's camp, only to find that no relief ship had arrived. One had been sent out, and 6 times it had tried to pass through the ice in Cane Sea, only to be baffled by the floes. The second winter was worse than the first, and the spring brought no promise of better times. They wait for the relief ship that never comes. Trying to keep up their courage, Greeley goes among them.
Captain Greeley. Captain Greeley.
Yes, Brainerd.
Rice and Jans, the Eskimo, have returned.
Yes?
They report nothing but open sea on every side. No supplies were found.
The last hope.
Captain Greeley.
Yes, Doctor.
Lockwood is asking for you.
I'll go with you at once. Brainerd, see that the flag of distress is firmly planted on the highest ground. There might still be a chance.
Yes, Captain.
Well, Doctor, how is Lockwood today?
Very weak, Captain. He's in this tent here.
Captain Greeley. Yes, Lockwood.
That last trip of mine. I left the message. Will anyone ever find it?
We can only hope, my friend.
If our fate is the worst.
It is easy to die. Very easy. But it's hard to struggle, to live. I expected privation, death perhaps, but not abandonment.
Of abandon preyed on their minds. And while they waited, the Proteus, Greeley's original ship, was sent with supplies, but was crushed in the ice pack. Almost 3 years after the start of the expedition, through the insistence of Mrs. Greeley, President Arthur sent 3 vessels, the Thetis, the Bear, and the Alert. The latter, a gift from Queen Victoria and the British nation. In August, the Thetis floats amid the ice near Brevoort Island off the Greenland coast. The commander of the relief expedition, Winfield Scott Schley, is on deck as Lieutenant Caldwell returns to the ship with a searching party.
Well, Caldwell,
Report of searching party on Brevoort Island, sir. Fog heavy, bad visibility. No sign of the Greeley party. But we did find this paper buried in a spot which was undoubtedly the remains of a supply cache.
Give it to me. October 21st, 1883. My party now permanently encamped on west side of small neck of land, distant about equally from Cape Sabine and Cocked Hat Island. Rations for 40 days. A.W. Greeley. Written almost a year ago, and rations for only 40 days. Norman.
Yes, sir.
Full speed as the ice will permit. Make for Cape Sabine.
Yes, sir. Full speed ahead, Wilson.
Order the whistle to keep blowing. One man is alive. He may hear it.
Yes, sir.
June 21st, 1884. The outpost of the law. Sergeants Long and Brainerd huddled together beside the one tent, weakened by hunger and exposure.
Brainerd,
Yes.
don't you hear something?
Only the sound of the ice.
I mean, that whistle. Listen.
The wind. It's always whistling.
I know the wind when I hear it. That's a ship's whistle.
Oh, Long, you're a fool. You're going crazy.
Crazy or not, I'm going to crawl to the top of a hill with the little strength that's left me.
Go ahead if you want. I couldn't make it. What does it matter?
Can't you hear that? Now I hear a voice. Brainerd! Brainerd! I hear a voice.
For months I've heard it, too. It's in your own brain. I hear it now. Long, can you see?
I've almost reached the edge of the hill. Brainerd, it's a boat.
Brainerd,
it's a boat. Steady there, old man. Steady.
Oh, you're real, aren't you? I've seen you so many times, only to have you disappear.
We're real right enough, eh, Colwell? Yes, we sure are. How many of you left?
7, sir.
Where are they?
In the tent. There.
Behind the bank. Come on, Norman, hurry.
What?
Help this man.
Come on.
Is Mr. Greeley alive?
Just, sir.
Any other officers?
No, sir.
And you are...
I'm Long, sir.
Long. I'm Norman, who came up with you in the Proteus. You remember me.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Brainerd, sir.
Brainerd.
Sir.
Man, don't try to salute. Where's Mr. Greeley?
Norman. Here he is. On the lee side of the tent. Oh, what a sight. Greeley, we've come for you.
7. 7 of us left. Dying. Did what we came to do. Beat the best record.
Of course you did, sir. And now we've come to take you home.
Home.
Yes, sir. You're rescued, sir. Don't you see the ship?
Lift me a little. I want to see the flag. Greeley, old man. It's Norman. I brought you a message from your wife. She said that when you came home, you'd find her smiling.
Tenderly, they carried the survivors back to the country. Greeley lived to receive the praise of his government, and later became chief signal officer in the Army. His diary and his own published description of his exploits were typical of the man's modesty and courage. No credit was claimed by him. All was given to the men who followed him to the outpost of the... Heroes like these gallant explorers, Lewis, Clark, Greeley, Brainerd, make us proud to be their countrymen, proud of their leadership in the cavalcade of America.
The urge to explore founded our nation, and this same trait today spurs on the research chemists to discover and create useful things. One of the most fascinating examples of exploration in the field of chemistry is the story of man-made rubber. For many years, scientists tried to find the substitute for rubber, but all attempts fell short of their goal until recently when DuPont chemists successfully completed the development of the first successful man-made rubber. DuPont's name for this product is Duprene. Duprene is actually superior to the natural product for many purposes. Products made of Duprene resist heat, sunlight, oils, and various chemicals better than those made with natural rubber, and they do not break down with age as rapidly. We take pride at this time in telling our listeners of an award made last Friday by a special committee of leading figures in the chemical world, sponsored by the publication Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering. In making this award, the committee said,
DuPont's slogan, Better Things for Better Living Through Chemistry, is a creed that molds and guides the work of thousands of chemists and engineers. The outstanding chemical engineering achievement during the past 2 years has been DuPont's successful industrial development of the synthetic rubber Duprene, of synthetic camphor, and of certain other important organic chemicals and dyestuffs.
We know that many of you would like to see and handle this man-made rubber, so we have had a few erasers made up as samples. They look like, feel like, and do the work of ordinary erasers, but they contain Duprene instead of natural rubber. We shall be glad to send you one of these erasers free of charge. Simply write to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. Now remember, if you would like to see and handle a product made from the man-made rubber, just ask for the eraser made from Duprene by writing DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware, or your radio station. Engineers and businessmen interested in industrial uses for Duprene may secure a special technical sample by writing on their company letterhead describing the problem to be met. Next Wednesday at this time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I don't remember that bluff to port, Bill. You think we ought to put it between us and the main channel?
Why not? It's an island.
I hope you're right. Otherwise, we come back and try the other side.
It's worth the gamble. Water's not near as rough here.
We sure our boats handled as easy as this one.
Those kind they won't sell. This kind you have to steal.
We didn't steal it.
We didn't?
I left $5 by the tree where we found it.
You left $5 after the way those people stole from us all winter?
I guess it was my strict upbringing. Cruzat, hold back, will you? We've run away from the other boat.
Yes, sir.
someone's catching up to us from behind.
It's a canoe like this. Indian rough water canoe.
With an Indian in it. Meriwether, he's trying to get our attention.
Looks like a Clatsop warrior. Want me to wait for him, sir?
Yes.
Oh! Oh! You go Colombia?
Columbia east to the Shining Mountains.
Go wrong way.
Wrong way?
This not island. This finger of land. Go back. Other side bluff main channel.
Seems I was wrong.
We thank you very much.
Like a big sea canoe?
Very good.
Big canoe, my canoe.
You mean our canoe?
Leave 5 silver medal at 3. Take back.
That's white man's money to pay for the canoe. Show it to the next trading ship, Captain. It'll buy you a boatload of blue beads.
No want silver medal. Take back.
All right, but we need the canoe.
Canoe, my canoe.
We'll pay you anything you want. How about this fine elk skin?
Elk skin, good. Give 5.
1.
5.
No trade. When other canoes come, we give you back this canoe.
4 elk skin.
2.
2 skin. I sell.
Present. Pay him.
There you are. 2 fine elk skins.
Now, good canoe. Your canoe. Turn round. Take main channel. Other side bluff.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 9, Homeward Bound. March 23, 1806. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had left dismal Fort Clatsop at the mouth of the Columbia River and was beginning the return trip from Oregon to St. Louis. With almost no trade goods, short on essential equipment, and carrying the ailing Private Bratton, the valiant men of the expedition faced a journey that required a second arduous crossing of the Rockies and over 2,000 miles of difficult, twisting travel down the Missouri River.
That night, encamped on the river island, we stuffed ourselves with venison cooked as only Toussaint Charbonneau could cook it. Basking before a warm fire, the men were happier than I'd seen them in months.
7 fat deer. Good hunting, George.
I was lucky today, Captain.
And good cooking, Charbonneau.
Oh, merci. It was good for a chance to have something to cook, eh?
I ran into an Indian today. He said the tribe upriver are starving.
With all those fish in the river?
Gas.
Do you see any fish coming up river?
Well, I wasn't specially looking for them.
Salmon don't run for another month.
Just how good is the hunting here, George?
Well, it is supposed to be better on Deer Island and Wapato upstream a little further, according to that Indian.
Want to hold up a few days, Meriwether?
Might be a good idea. Send most of the party out to hunt, dry the meat, make us some jerky.
A few days is all that we need. Just to get enough meat to take us to the upland.
A little past the uplands.
We'll stay. At Wapato, if that's the best. Sergeant Gass will want an early start in the morning.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we reach the island, we'll set up drying racks for the meat. You'll be in charge of that, Charbonneau.
Yes, sir. Captain Clark, we're going to have to build fires to dry the meat in this rain.
That's right. Better get them started.
Renault, Field, Wheeler, and La Biche. All right, let us take to the south side.
Dirac, make them with side braces.
I looked across the river toward the south. The land undulated to meet the mountains we called the Cascades, some high enough to be crowned with perpetual snow. To the west, the lush lowlands lifted toward a range of coastal mountains. I could see them clearly as the rain stopped.
What's on your mind, Billy?
That South Valley. There ought to be a river draining it.
A big one, entering the Columbia.
Only we didn't see a sign of one coming west.
It could be there, hidden from us by islands. Look.
What?
Those vultures overhead. Sergeant Ordway, tell the carrying parties to stick closer to the hunters.
The vultures kept an obscene surveillance of the island, moving in the direction of each gunshot, spiraling downward with swift gracefulness. Fortunately, the killing of a number of these birds seemed to make the others more wary. They kept their distance, and the men got to the meat first. Attracted by the shots, two lean young Kashuk Indian braves heading downriver beached the canoe and, making the sign of friendship, trotted over to Meriwether Lewis at one of the fires. They were given food, and something they said as they ate brought Meriwether to me in great excitement.
Billy, your instincts are right, as usual. I guess we could say you're as good a geographer as Drew is a hunter.
What are you getting at?
Those two braves are Kashuks. They live in the valley you've been wondering about, and it is drained by a big river they call the Multnomah.
I thought so. Meriwether will be here almost a week, drying and curing the meat. Why don't I reconnoiter southward?
Well, we could spare a half-dozen men and hire one of the Kashuks as a guide.
Gas! Sergeant Gas!
Yes, sir.
I'll go bargain with the Kashuks.
Sergeant Gas reporting.
Get 5 men who can be spared from their work. Packs for a week. We're taking a trip across the river.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave in a couple of hours.
Yes, sir.
Meriwether persuaded one of the braves to be our guide by giving him a burning glass. Shortly before noon, my party left the island in one of the large canoes. Sergeant Gas, beside the guide, relayed directions to Crozat at the tiller. We maneuvered through a cluster of islands. I didn't realize we were actually into the Multnomah until we were several miles upstream.
Captain, no wonder we never spotted this from the north bank of the Columbia.
Who says river? Strong current.
We passed several island villages, but did not stop because the people were Kashuks. And I was afraid that if our guide was allowed a reunion with his people, he would refuse to go any farther. Late in the day, we reached a village that featured a big double house with perhaps 100 canoes drawn up around it. Our guide explained that this was the main lodge of the Nair Chekiu tribe. We decided to land and buy some roots and fish for supper. Little closer, Crozat.
Yes, sir.
Touch bottom. That's it. You men out. Haul her up.
Sergeant, let's pay our respects to the chief.
Yes, sir. You stay near the boat. Watch out for thieves.
Let's go.
Well, that looks like the main entrance. I can see people inside.
Nobody's bothering to come out and welcome us.
At least nobody's pointing any weapons at us. I guess we can go in, sir.
There was a fire in the center of the lodge, and around it were grouped warriors and elders. In the deeper shadows of the place were quite a few squaws and children.
The old man in the middle, Captain. He's the chief.
I think so. I am friend. I am one of chiefs of white men who stayed many moons on the Columbia. You have chief, one who speaks white man's talk.
I speak. I Nair Chekiu. I chief.
I am Captain Clark. I come from President Jefferson of the great American states.
We no make trade. No like white trader.
I do not trade. I need food for my men.
No food.
I buy food. Give fine skins.
No food for white man.
But I will pay well.
No food. White man, no welcome. White man, go.
What do we do, Captain? Call the men and use force?
No. Watch me. I am not white man. I am white demon. Give food or I make
bad medicine. Put curse on Mayor Chekiu.
What, man? Go! Oh, warrior, we'll kill!
See compass in my hand, straight needle. See, unfriendly one, when I speak name of great white father Jefferson, fire change color, go bad, explode. Needle on compass, go crazy. I call Great Spirit. Great Spirit, curse. Naya Chekiu. Please, fire spits. Fire green. Look at compass, oh chief. Look at needle. Spin. Stop. Stop. Fire. Stop, needle. Stop. You give food. Stop. Fire. Stop. Curse. No. Stop. Stop. I give food. Good salmon. Good roots. Good food. All you want.
An inch of artillery fuse and a pocket magnet had turned me into a magician. Palming the magnet behind the compass had been easy. And when I pronounced the name Jefferson, I had tossed the fuse into the fire. Now, with his people moaning fearfully in the back of the lodge, the chief trembled before me, begging for me to stop the spitting green fire and the whirling compass. I held long enough for the fuse to start to burn out. Then I held up my arm.
Oh, great demon! Plenty food, good salmon, good roots.
Jefferson! The
fire became normal, and with the magnet back in my pocket, the compass needle held quivering on the north. Obeying the chief, squaws rushed to get the fish and roots we needed. The food was placed in our canoe, and we pushed off, watched by a respectful, if not friendly, audience.
Cruzette, you should have seen the captain. I tell you, it was like one of them stage actor fellas back home in New England.
I wish I had. You know, Captain, you will be mentioned in Indian history as a leading demon.
We spent that day and the following one in upstream exploration. Stopping at one of the upper villages, we were given a friendly reception by an old chieftain. He drew us a map of the river from source to union with the Columbia.
On the 6th day of April, Billy Clark and his party returned and regaled us with the story of their trip. The following morning, we packed the boats and headed upstream.
This is a pleasant way to travel, through pleasant country.
Enjoy it while you can. A day or so and we hit the white water.
Cruzat will do better along the north shore.
Yes, sir. The south gets rougher the nearer we get to the Narrows.
As we approached the first of the Cascade portages, Indian thievery grew worse and worse. The boats were safe only when manned and out on the river. Every minute in camp, our sentinels, we now kept a continuous watch, had to be alert.
Get away from that canoe!
Where is up? A fine tomahawk you got there. Oh, you don't understand, huh? That axe looks just like Johnny Colter's tomahawk that was stolen last year. Now, come on. Give it to me. Oh, so that's the way it is. All right, we'll see. Give me that axe. Now, get out of here.
What do you know about that? Coulter's long missing axe.
Coulter, come here and get your tomahawk back.
We reached the foot of the rapids and put into shore where Indians by the dozens and half-dozens came to observe us, try to steal from us, and then sneak away. We posted guards on the boats the moment they were beached and unloaded.
White House, Willard, LePage, Collins, watch that baggage.
I led the way in reconnoitering the steep and slippery trail over the rocks of the riverbank. Men could barely negotiate it with packs. Each boat had to be dragged up the rapids by means of a tow rope manipulated by 6 to 8 men on the precipitous trail. As we moved, Indians followed closely, making mocking noises and threatening gestures.
You stay away from us. Stay away, or I slit your throat.
Hey, Captain, perhaps if I shoot over their heads.
There will be no shooting, Charbonneau. Now let's keep moving. I restrained the men. The taunting savages were lucky to escape with a few kicks and cuffs. We labored mightily to beat the coming darkness and lost out. We were compelled to camp halfway through the portage. Guards stood over boats and baggage at both ends of the unfinished task. Several attempts at the baggage, foiled by our guards, kept the men from sleep. By dawn, they were all up again, refusing breakfast in their hurry to get the portage completed.
We have to fight Indians. We can't do it strung out all over the riverbank. Let's get this over.
Get the boats up. And tonight, I cook a special supper.
Despite a cold drizzle that drifted down most of the day, we sweated like men marching under a midsummer sun. Finally, the boats were arrayed neatly together and reloaded at the flat area above the rapids. I was changing the guard when I first missed my dog Scannon. I asked Cruzat about it.
I haven't seen him, sir, not since I ran an Indian away from him.
Ran an Indian away from Scannon?
Yes, sir. He had been giving Scannon food. The first couple of times Scannon growled, and the last time he wagged his tail.
Captain, these Indians are very short on the food. I think they are trying to lure Scannon to the camp kettle.
Captain! Captain! They got Scannon.
Vuillard, Charbonneau, Cruzat, come on. Gas, you lead the way.
Northeast, sir. Toward their village.
As we ran, I thought of what the big Newfoundland had come to mean to me and the men. He had traveled with me from Pittsburgh to St. Louis, and with the expedition from St. Louis to the Pacific. He had caught squirrels and even antelope when we needed food. He'd saved our lives a number of times, and he'd served as a valiant, alert sentry. We were going to get him back unharmed if we had to fight every Indian this side of the Lolo Pass.
There they are, up ahead in the trees.
Come on, man, faster. There were probably 10 braves in the Indian band about a quarter of a mile ahead of us. They had tied a piece of rope about Scannon's neck, which compelled him to follow along, although he refused to move faster than a dignified trot. We gained on them rapidly. Half the Indians, frightened by our pursuit, simply faded away among the trees. The others stopped under our leveled rifles, dropped the leash, and made frantic, if hypocritical, gestures of friendship. Come here, Scannon. Come here, boy. You all right, boy?
Check him over real good, Captain. Make sure nothing's wrong.
He seems all right.
He better be all right. Captain, what do we do with these thieves?
Hey, Captain, killing one or two will teach the others not to interfere with us.
Charbonneau's hit the right idea, sir. Just give me the word.
If you did that, we'd be risking war with their entire nation. We'll let them go. We'll be glad we got Scannon back.
But, Captain...
That's an order.
Yes, sir. All right, get.
Back at our camp, I discussed this last outrage with Billy Clark, and we agreed that we'd taken enough abuse from the Indians. We summoned the local chieftains to a council and told them bluntly that we intended to kill the next thief who invaded our camp. The chiefs protested that what happened had been the work of a malcontent group, men who had once suffered at the hands of white traders. Solemnly, the chiefs promised to control their people. On April 14, we reached Celilo. The falls were even more formidable than I remembered. With Cruzat, Billy and I reconnoitered possible portage routes.
Well, spring thaws put a lot more fast water in the river than last winter, sir. There's no way to avoid long portages.
It's ironic. We need horses, yet we have plenty of horses up in the Nez Perce country.
Cruzat, going upstream from here, how much can we use canoes?
Well, probably more than you think we can, sir. But those extra long portages are going to waste time. If we can get any horses at all to tote baggage, we'd be better off on shore.
I thought so.
Right now, I'd give $100 in gold for a few pounds of blue beads. We'd get horses in a hurry.
Well, you're pretty good at trading. If you took all the trade goods we have left and went on ahead, you think you could get us 8 or 10 pack animals?
I can try.
I'll bring the boats up as fast as I can. You bring me horses, and we'll put them right to work. We'll take the unloaded spare canoes and trade them to the people farther upriver for additional horses.
Good, good. I'll want Gaz, Charbonneau, and Willard. We'll leave first thing in the morning. The next morning, I set out to do some horse trading with the upriver people. Most of them didn't like us and seemed to take pleasure in pretending they were going to trade and then changing their minds at the last minute. We spent night after night in cold, dirty huts that were infested with vermin. We slept without blankets, hanging onto our rifles, and most of the time we were hungry. The men were able to subsist on Indian dog meat, but I couldn't take that. I stuck to boiled wapato roots. Maybe this outrageous diet had something to do with it, I don't know, but we soon reached a point of rebellion.
The mice, they run up and down my body all night long. Captain, shoot me for insubordination if you will, but I will not spend another night in those foul
I
huts.
thought all the mice were after me. No, Charbonneau, no more dirty huts. We're going to get a decision today or stop trying. Now, there are 2 villages a few miles ahead. Gas and I will take one, you and Willard the other.
Whatever you say, Captain.
With the aid of Sergeant Gas, I divided the trade goods into what I thought were attractive assortments. When Gas and I reached our village, we smoked a pipe with the chief, then laid out our trade goods in front of his teepee. Let it be known that we wanted horses. For the best animals, they wanted more goods than we could possibly give. But by the end of the day, we managed to acquire 3 fair-looking horses. Afraid the Indians would change their minds, we quit the village, retraced our steps a few miles, and waited for Charbonneau and Willard just beyond their village. Presently, they came toward us, leading a beautiful mare that would have done any show ring in Virginia proud.
I see you got 3, Captain. I hope they don't fall down dead when we put baggage on their backs.
Well, that one of yours is a beauty.
Our 3 swaybacks will carry more than she will.
Did you actually trade for her, Charbonneau?
You mean did I steal her, sir? No, sir. I would have, but they were watching, so I had to trade.
How much did you pay?
My ermine coat, 10 elk's teeth, and my shirt.
But you're wearing a shirt.
Oh, I mean the new one that Sacagawea made for me at Fort Clatsop. Captain, you know, I have the feeling I'm no horse trader. As fine a horse as this is, I have paid too much for him.
We decided to extend our horse trading expedition another 2 days. Again, we separated and met at the close of the 2-day interval. Gas and I had 4 more horses, pretty poor specimens, but the best we could find. Then Willard and Charbonneau arrived. They brought in another quality mare, almost as fine an animal as the first one Charbonneau had acquired. Charbonneau himself was naked from the waist up.
Look at Charbonneau, Captain. Look at him. They got his last shirt.
I told you I was a poor...
Oh, I have a spare shirt. I'll loan you.
Merci, Capitaine.
By the end of the month of April, we had reached the point where our canoes were of no further use to us. Billy's horse trading expedition had brought us only a minimum of horses, and some of them had run away or had been stolen. We needed a few more to carry our baggage into friendly country. Now sneering savages stood about our camp enjoying our predicament. Billy and I offered them our canoes for 3 more horses, but they refused.
They think we will have to leave the canoe behind, so then they will get them for nothing.
What's for supper tonight, Charbonneau?
Deer, sir.
What's supper got to do with trading canoes for horses?
A lot, Meriwether. Those Indians are still hanging around watching. Well, let's give them something to watch. George, chop up one of the dugouts for firewood.
What, sir?
I understand. Very good, Billy.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand too, sir.
Crozat, hand me that axe.
Indians watched stolidly at first, but as Brouillard started on the second of the dugouts, they began wailing in protest. Then one of them led a horse forward and offered to trade the animal for a canoe. George stopped his axe work. We got the absolute minimum of horses we needed to continue our journey.
Indian war party ahead. Halt! Halt!
Hey, they are coming fast.
Captain, I think they are Walla Wallas. That's Chief Yallop leading them.
Captain! Friends, welcome!
We're glad to see you, Chief Yallop.
We're happy to be back among your people.
Oh, we too are happy. Tonight we will feast. Big feast for you and your men.
You are a good friend, but we have a problem we must solve. We must cross the winding Walla Walla River ahead.
Oh, yes. In the morning I will find rafts. Big dugouts. You will cross when you are rested. Come now. It is time for friendship.
We smoked the pipe with Yellop and his sub-chiefs, then relaxed before a fire with plenty of good meat before us. Billy, the chief, and I talked of many things. Of our trip to the ocean and our trip back, and of the long miles that lay ahead. And the men also relaxed in this atmosphere of hospitality. Then out came Crozet's violin, and the men put on a stomping contest for their Walla Walla friends. Morale was high. Once more, we were sure of reaching our destination, home.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 9, Homeward Bound, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Carl Swenson, Don Diamond, Bill Quinn, Dal McKinnon, and Paul Conrad. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Captain Lewis, according to White Bear and the guides, we're miles into Blackfoot country. I ought to post guards tonight.
You can put me down for the first watch, Sergeant Gass.
Yes, sir. Second watch, Goodrich. Third, Fraser. Fourth, Werner.
Captain Lewis, I wish to make talk.
Very well, White Bear. Sit down.
Are the guides afraid? Many Blackfeet. Only 3 Nez Perce.
But there hasn't been a sign of Blackfeet so far, White Bear.
Blackfeet hate Nez Perce. For many years, war between us. Ahead is Hell's Gate Canyon, place of ambush many times in past. Trail filled with bones of Nez Perce.
And you want to go back home. I can't blame you for that.
I speak for others. They go home. I stay. I lead you through place of much death, if you say.
No, White Bear. You've been a brave man to come this far. Perhaps we can find our way from here. In the morning, you go.
My friend, do not go into canyon.
The Blackfeet are not my enemies. They have no reason to harm me.
Captain, Blackfeet, warrior people. Blackfeet live to fight. In Hell's Gate, they kill you.
Without a reason?
They do not need reason. You, stranger, they warriors.
White Bear, because you have been a true friend, I want you to have this token, this medal with a picture of our great president, Thomas Jefferson.
I am honored. My friend, I give you my name. From now to end of time, you are my other self.
Thank you, White Bear. And my name is yours.
Then we are truly brothers. Please, my brother, do not go into Hell's Gate. Come back to Nez Perce country.
Someday, perhaps. But right now I must go on. It is my duty.
I fear for you, my brother. Many Blackfeet will come. You will die.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 12, Lewis and the Blackfeet. July 5, 1806. Meriwether Lewis and 9 men of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, including the brothers Reuben and Joseph Fields, White Bear and the Nez Perce guides, and the big Newfoundland dog Scannon, headed north and east toward the Great Falls of the Missouri River, today the site of the important Montana city of Great Falls. Here Sergeant Gass and a detail would wait for Sergeant Ordway's party, floating down the Missouri, and help portage them around the falls. Lewis, 3 men, and Scannon would go north to explore the Marias River, then meet Sergeants Gass and Ordway where the Marias joined the Missouri. Together they would descend to the junction of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers, where Clark and the rest of the Corps would be waiting. It was a daring and dangerous plan, made because the captains were determined to take back to civilization adequate information about this Montana country.
At Meridian the next day, we smoked a pipe with our Nez Perce guides. We supplied them with food and bade them farewell. Then we mounted our horses and rode toward the canyon called Hell's Gate. Over here, Drouillard. How does it look ahead?
Capitan, you're right ahead with me, if you will.
Gas, keep the detail moving. Stay alert.
Yes, sir.
George and I rode at a trot along the well-used trail. About 2 miles of it, and George gestured at what seemed to be a recently vacated camp. We rode in, dismounted.
This is it, sir.
Blackfoot camp, huh?
Blackfoot, or their war allies, the Minnetarees of the north.
The fires have been concealed.
Well, that one, where I dug down to the ashes, that is stone cold.
Only war parties take the trouble to hide their fires. How old is this camp, you figure?
I say 2 months.
In 2 months, they could have made a sweep into the Flathead country and be riding back this way.
We got to keep our eyes open, sir.
Despite the ominous relics in the Hell's Gate, and despite a second, more recently vacated camp we came upon 2 days later, no marauding Blackfeet appeared. With an easy trail, plenty of game, and good horses, we reached the Great Falls in a mere 8 days. It was like a paradise. Grass was luxuriant and plentiful for the horses, and all around us were the undisturbed buffalo herds, evidence that the Blackfeet were not in the area. I sent Sergeant Gass and Joe Fields to recover our canoes from the shallows where we had sunk them the year before, and Rube Fields and I opened the cache.
Captain, this earth's heavy and wet.
Let's hope we wrap things tight enough.
Yeah, almost there. I'm into it. Captain, it's in bad condition.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Looks like the Missouri paid it a visit at flood time. Get the rest of the stuff out while I look at these papers.
Yes, sir. Good news, Captain. The news are all right.
Yeah, we could row away in them right now if we had to.
It's some consolation.
What a mess.
What is it? Those medical supplies ruined?
Oh, the box is tight enough, but the stopper came out of the laudanum.
The ruined cache was a disappointment, but the night was pleasant. We fared sumptuously on a tender hump of buffalo. After the meal, I set the watches, worked about an hour on my notes, and then rolled up in my blanket. First thing in the morning, as a precautionary measure, I sent McNeil out to round up the horses for a count. He returned with only 10.
I looked high and low, sir. I checked all the trails. Nothing but these 10.
Sergeant Gass?
Sergeant Gass reporting, sir.
McNeil could only find 10 horses. I want a more thorough search made. I think there should be some trace on them.
Well, if there's engines, there ought to be signs.
Gass came back in the middle of the afternoon without the missing horses, without evidence that they had been stolen. I decided to send out my 2 best scouts, Drew Yar and Joe Fields. They failed to return to camp that evening, or the next day, or the day after.
I got the truck carriages dug up for portage, sir.
What shape are they in?
Well, they'll have to change them some so horses can pull them.
Speaking of horses, sir, George Druyar and my brother have been gone for more than 2 days. I'd like to go looking for them.
Let's wait the rest of the day, Rube.
Yes, sir.
Somehow, watching the men doggedly going about the renovation of canoes and portage gear, I thought of Sergeant Floyd, who had died during the early days of the journey from a malady we could not identify. We'd almost lost Bratton to another mysterious malady, but to this anxious moment we had lost no men to war or to the hazards of the wilderness. Perhaps it was too much to expect to return home without paying tribute to both. I sat down before the fire and glumly watched the cooking detail prepare our noontime meal. As if he sensed my depression and wanted to comfort me, Scannon came and dropped down beside me. He put his big head on my knees and gave me a look of deep compassion. I buried my fingers in his thick fur and thought of the 2 missing men. Lost men by this time. 2 of the very best. Scannon, what is it, boy? Scannon loped away toward the edge of camp, and in a moment we saw what he had sensed ahead of us. Joe Fields and George Druyar.
Just when I was beginning to think I was rid of
him. Well, you can't get rid of a brother that easy. You ought to know that, Rube.
I'm mighty glad you're back. What did you find out?
Well, sir, Blackfeet stole the horses, all right.
Hey, the Blackfeet stole the horses?
You saw them? Found sign?
We trailed them and the horses clear to their first camp. We thought about trying to run them down, but there was only Joe and me against 15, 20 warriors.
Sergeant Gass, I want all remaining horses hobbled. Put them under 24-hour guard.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
I was greatly relieved and adjusted my thinking to the grim fact that we had only 10 horses. These would have to provide motive power for pulling the baggage and canoe-laden trucks over the portage and carry me and my detail on our exploration of the Marias River. With me, I would take Drew Yar and the Fields brothers, 4 horses to ride and 2 for spares. The other 4 would stay with Sergeant Gass for the hard work of hauling our equipment overland. Then Thompson and Werner came in with more meat and reported McNeil, the 3rd member of the hunting detail, missing. Finally, as night was closing in on us, McNeil appeared. He practically fell off his horse.
Captain, I'm sorry.
Why?
Oh, you'll never believe it, sir.
Try telling me.
Well, I was down on the Porter's Trail, and all of a sudden, a big grizzly about 6 feet tall reared up out of the thick brush. My horse shied, and he bucked me off and ran. Well, when I started to get up, this bear was standing over me, growling like all get out. I jumped up, grabbed me rifle, and whapped him over the head as hard as I could.
Now, wait a minute, McNeil.
I told you, sir. I said you wouldn't believe me.
All right, go on.
Well, I whapped him because I had no time to shoot. Anyhow, he staggered back, scratching his head, looking kind of amazed, and I made for the nearest tree.
Man, let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me tell you, sir, when he got over being dizzy, he was one mad grizzly. He sat down under the tree to wait for me. About 5 hours later, he got tired and went away, and it was late afternoon. Well, I saw my horse a couple of miles away, so I got down, I ran for it, and I rode for here.
McNeil, you're right. I don't believe you.
Sounds like a tall tale, sir, but will you look at his rifle? Barrel's broken off right above the breech, and bear hair is still sticking to it.
Now, there's something. It has to go into my journal. July 17, 1806. Drew Yar, the 2 Fields brothers, and I stood beside our horses ready to leave for the unexplored Marias River country. We faced Gass and the other men who had shared our way of life for over 2 years. We knew we might never see them again.
Ordway ought to be here in a few days. We'll make the portage and meet you at the Marias and the Missouri on August 5th.
Good. You can feel free of hostiles for a few days at least, because Rube and Joe scouted the Blackfoot raiding party, and they're headed south.
Good. Well, that means you'll miss them, too.
But if we should not reach the rendezvous by September 1st, you're to give us up and go on. Ready, George?
Yes, sir.
Rube, Joe?
Yes, sir. Yes, Captain.
Let's go. We pushed into a semi-arid plains country to the north and camped on the banks of the Teton River. Here I made scientific observations, and in the morning we moved on to the Marias. We followed it north and west for about a week, making observations as we went. The weather worsened, game became scarce, and George discovered that there were Indians in the vicinity. I had already determined that the Marias originated somewhere near latitude 50, so we decided to start back. I sent Drew Yar downriver to hunt, and the Fields brothers and I climbed a height to get a final panoramic look at the country.
Oh, sure is pretty from up here.
Get down, Joe. Behind the rocks.
Where is it, Captain?
See for yourself, over there. Scannon, come here.
Indian horses.
Put the glass on them. About 30 horses, I'd say, half of them saddled.
They might see our horses.
Some braves are looking downriver. They probably sighted George.
There's no way to warn him. No way at all.
If we can get to our horses and charge them, that'll give George a chance to run.
Not George. He'd come back to help, and we'd all end up getting killed. Now, the only way is a bold and friendly approach. We'll unfurl the flag and ride straight toward them. We moved quickly to our horses, mounted, and rode toward the Indians with the stars and stripes waving above us. Our sudden appearance confused them. For a few moments, they milled about indecisively. Then they ran to their horses. Good half of those saddles are pack saddles.
I count 8 warriors.
Yeah, if we can get George back, the odds will only be 2 to 1. Then we'll have a chance.
One of them hostiles is going to ride straight for us.
Rein in. I'll get down. Show them we're friendly.
I hope you're doing right, Captain. I hope you're doing right. Now they're all riding at us and riding hard.
The 8 Indians galloped steadily across the plain. They slowed to a trot as they neared us. I swung back into my saddle, called out to the men to make the peace sign, Then I moved ahead of the Fields brothers, shook hands with the first Indian, then greeted the other 7. We all dismounted. Quiet, Scout.
I am Side Hill Calf, Big Blackfoot Pagan Chief. This Wolf Calf, Blackfoot War Leader.
We come in peace. You smoke pipe with us?
We smoke.
Good. Other man downriver. He have pipe. You send man. Bring him here so we can smoke.
Wolf Calf, you go.
I was deeply worried. What if George mistook Wolf Calf for an enemy and shot him? Or what if Wolf Calf went for reinforcements? We stood around awkwardly, each group dubious of the other. After what seemed an eon of time, Wolf Calf and George Druyard galloped in together.
This Wolf Calf, he tell we are going to have a friendly smoke.
I'm glad to see you, George. Better let me have the pipe.
Yes, sir.
We went through the pipe ceremony. With George's skill at the universal sign language, the situation grew easier almost immediately. Then we moved downriver and made common camp, where the Blackfeet set up a semicircular lodge of skins before our fire. We cooked buffalo meat for all. We ate together. Before the fire and under the stars, we began to talk, and I hoped George's sign language would be eloquent enough.
We are part war party. Our tribe, half sun near.
Half sun near? I don't understand.
His people are half a day's march from here. He and his 7 men are part of a strong war party.
Tell him our story and how one of our goals is to establish peace between all the tribes and do away with all warfare between whites and Indians.
I will try, Captain.
I watched the Indians as George began using his hands. The Blackfeet, however, while obviously admiring his ability, seemed to distrust it, very much like an uneducated man distrusting the easy speech of the educated. Finally, George turned to me.
They will not talk peace, only talk about how strong they are, how their neighbors fear them, and how still another Blackfoot tribe is near, not to mention the Minataris of the north.
Let me try. Side Hill Calf, great chief. Big white tribe downriver, many rifles. You come see, yes? We give you tobacco, horses, yes?
We talk again. Next sun. First, we sleep.
Yes, my friend. We all sleep. Good night. I composed myself near the fire, and Scannon lay beside me. Sleep took hold of my men and all of the Indians except Side Hill Calf. He was stretched out, feigning sleep. I wondered about his distrust of us. I looked at him again. Weariness had at last overcome him. He was asleep. The camp was peaceful. I was glad when Joe Fields signaled that it was time for his watch. I drifted into an uneasy, nightmarish sleep. The noise of the fight awakened me. I jerked upright. Close by, Druyard was struggling to get his rifle away from a pair of the warriors, and he succeeded when the growling Scannon attacked one of them. Rube and Joe had closed with Side Hill Calf and another savage who had stolen their rifles. I reached for mine, found it missing, and leaped to my feet, pistol in hand.
Give me that rifle. You die. Get him, Rube. Get out of there.
As Rube Fields killed Side Hill Calf with his knife, I ran after the Indian who had my rifle. I caught him within 50 yards and, brandishing my pistol, forced him to drop it. Their weapons recovered, Rube and Joe charged in to help me.
Let me kill him.
Let him go. He could have killed me, and he didn't.
If you say so, sir.
Where's George?
Here. I'm here.
No, George, let him go.
Oh, yeah. For a moment, I thought he was going to kill you.
I was lucky. His bullet was so close I felt the wind from it.
I'm all of a piece. How about you two?
We are all right.
This, Scannon, he saved my life.
Ever want to give that dog away, Captain? You know, to who?
I think I'll keep him for a while. Throw some wood on that fire so we can see. We better pack and get out of here as fast as we can ride. We rode southeast along the river toward the Missouri. We stayed in our saddles all night until we were forced to rest the horses at 3 the next afternoon.
Captain, you reckon we put enough distance between us and the Blackfeet?
No. I'm hoping Gass and Ordway get to the mouth of the Marias ahead of time. In any case, we've got to get to them before the Blackfeet.
Well, suppose the others are not there. You told Gass to meet us August 5th. That is 9 days away.
We'll have to ride up the Missouri till we do meet them. I'm sorry we had to kill those 2 warriors.
Well, it was them or us, sir.
I suppose so. I keep thinking we had a chance to establish friendly relations, and somehow we missed.
Well, I see one thing, Captain. Smoking with them did some good. Except for Sidey Calf and the one that you shot, the others did not try to kill us. And you kept me from shooting one of them.
And me.
You're right. The peace pipe means something to all of us. We'd better round up those horses and get going. We covered 17 more miles that afternoon. Then we stopped for a hasty supper and rode on by night until 2 in the morning. We had to rest the horses again, as well as ourselves. We were awake at dawn, frankly amazed to be alive. Although so saddle sore we could hardly walk, we left, determined to make it to the Missouri, scared that at any moment hostiles might descend upon us.
Oh, I'm tired. Yeah, when we get there, I won't get down from the horse. I'll fall off.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It wasn't an Indian musket. Too strong a charge.
Yes, sir. It's a big game charge. Probably Ordway or Gass sent out hunters.
We'll go past that hill to the southeast. That's where the shots came from. It's a wild ride. We pounded across a wedge of land toward the unseen Missouri. Scannon ran stiff-legged and sore-footed beside my horse. We had to find those riflemen in a hurry to save them from a possible surprise attack by pursuing Blackfeet.
River! River ahead!
We raced out upon the riverbank. Up the Missouri, just rounding a bend, was a welcome sight. The canoe flotilla of Sergeant Ordway.
Ordway! Ordway!
Ordway and his laden canoes pulled in close to the shore, and the men fired off a volley of shots in their exuberance over seeing each other.
Captain Lewis, good to see you, sir.
While Ordway was explaining to me that Gass and his detail had ridden overland to the Marias and Missouri rendezvous, John Coulter and John Collins, whose hunting rifles we had heard, came in with meat.
Captain, we can eat here since we've suddenly got plenty of meat.
No, Sergeant. The sooner we reach Gass, the better. The Blackfeet are on the warpath, and he must be warned.
You had trouble with them, sir?
A couple of nights back, they tried to steal our horses and our rifles. Had to kill 2 of them, a chief and a warrior, before we could get clear. By now, the whole Blackfoot nation could be after us.
Well, we better ride close to the river the rest of the way, sir.
It's too slow. There's room for us all in the boats. Joe, throw the saddles in the river. Rube, run off those horses.
But, sir, that's throwing away money. All the downriver Indians want horses.
What good is money to any of us? The Blackfeet catch us. All right, men, everybody in the boats. We headed downriver and met Sergeant Gass and his men. We stayed there only long enough to eat and to open and recover spare equipment and ammunition. Additional boats hidden nearby were seaworthy, with the single exception of the big red pirogue. Then we turned Gass's horses loose, piled into the boats, and headed downriver at top speed, 7 miles per hour.
Almost didn't make it, huh, George?
I would not have, except for Scano.
Yeah, we sure did ride after it was over. 120 miles in 24 hours. Try that sometime, Sergeant.
Oh, thank you. I'll stick to boats.
Then tell your steersman to slow down. We're losing Ordway.
Easy, Cruzat. Half speed. Captain, there's a big river ahead. Yellowstone, I think.
Move in closer to shore, south bank.
Yes, sir. I don't see any sign of Captain Clark. Not anywhere.
Cruzette, lay into shore. I stepped out on the bank and was assailed by a swarm of mosquitoes. I found a piece of torn paper and a broken knot stick. Evidently, there had been a note destroyed by persons unknown.
Captain, looks to me like Captain Clark was here. The mosquitoes are terrible.
Maybe Captain Clark went south to get rid of them.
I got him. Guess nobody could stay here without being eaten alive. We'll move on. Slowly. Keep a sharp eye out for them.
Yes, sir.
By August 11th, we had still failed to make contact with Billy Clark. We were running out of meat because we had allotted very little time to hunting. Since our chances of being overtaken by the Blackfeet were now remote, I ordered the boats into shore and camp made. Needing exercise, I selected myself to provide meat. With Cruzette as my partner, I plunged into the thick woods along the river looking for game. Suddenly, we came upon 2 elk. I had killed mine, but Cruzette's, only wounded, went crashing through the brush. We set out after it in among trees well shadowed by late afternoon. Somehow, I had outdistanced Cruzette and looked about for him. Cruzette! Cruzette! There was nothing but silence. I moved ahead, looking for him. Cruzette! I'm shot! Help! The bullet had slammed into the fleshy part of my thigh and passed clear through. I felt the blood running warmly down my leg and into my moccasin. I staggered back toward the river. I called out repeatedly for Cruzette, but got no answer. Blackfeet, I thought. I had to make it back and warn the others.
Captain! Captain! There he is, Ordway! Come here! Give me a hand!
It must be Blackfeet, George. Send the men out to find Cruzette.
Yes, sir. After we get you safe.
They carried me back to the boat, the white pirogue. As gas applied a dressing to the wound, pain surged up suddenly, and everything went black.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 12, Lewis and the Blackfeet, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Bill Quinn, Eddie Firestone, Dan Barton, John Stevenson, Howard Culver, Dal McKennon, and Jane Avello. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Sure glad for this fire. Face it, only your back stays wet.
Billy, my back's been wet so long, the shirt's about to rot right off it.
Actually, Meriwether, the storm's easing off.
I hope so. You realize we've been perched on this tangle of logs for almost a week?
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, Sergeant Gas report.
Watch your step, Gas. The tide's in.
Yes, sir. Feel the logs shifting.
What did you find out about the hill behind us, Sergeant?
Well, we could go out that way, sir, but too steep to take the baggage and boats with us.
Well, then it's out of the question.
Yes, sir. Maybe Coulter, Willard, and Shannon will find something better. 24 hours they've been gone, sir. That's a good sign.
Why is it a good sign, Sergeant?
Well, if there was nothing, they'd be back by now.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Billy, when low tide comes and we can launch a boat, suppose I take 4 men and explore the north.
According to the Indians, there's a good harbor up there named Haley's Bay, after a ship captain who stops regularly to trade. Might be a good idea. I'll follow you with the entire outfit as soon as the weather clears enough for us to get out.
Hello! Coulter here!
Johnny Coulter, give him a hand, Gas.
Yes, sir.
Easy, Coulter. Gas is on the way.
Looks like trouble.
Let's hope he's here to tell us Willard and Shannon are making a new camp.
We'll soon find out.
Thanks for the help, Sergeant.
Over here, you men.
Yes, sir.
Chinook Indians are holding Willard and Shannon. They need help bad.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 8, Fort on the Columbia. November 14, 1805. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had moved down the Columbia River, which forms the border between present-day Oregon and Washington. Now they were trapped by a Pacific storm in a precarious temporary camp at the mouth of the river. Cold, wet, and hungry, they faced rough weather and hostile Indians.
At Billy Clark's suggestion, 5 of the men formed a crew to take us around the point in the longest of the boats, with our expert waterman, Pierre Cruzat, at the tiller. When we left the partial protection of the spit of land which comprised the point, the heavy Pacific surf all but swamped us. I huddled amidships with my 4 picked men, George Drouillard, Joe and Rube Fields, and Bob Frazier. Cruzat and the others bent their backs to get us into Haley's Bay, a few miles ahead.
No trading ships offshore. I can see the Chinook village, sir. Captain Lewis, over there by those huts, a group of warriors.
They've got Willard and Shannon surrounded.
Better hurry before they kill them.
It was a small congregation of warriors, no more than 30. But to the 2 men, they must have seemed like an entire tribe. Cruzat angled the boat into shore long enough for me to disembark my 4 men. As he headed the boat back to sea, we ran toward the village and the Chinook hostiles.
Shannon, look, here they come. Our boys.
We rushed the surprised, surly-looking warriors, leveling our rifles at them. Despite odds in their favor, the Chinooks were afraid of open warfare. They did nothing when Willard jerked his rifle from the grasp of a warrior or when Shannon recovered his. I gestured at the entire band with my rifle. You miserable thieves, the next one who steals as much as a tin whistle from us is a dead man. Bang, bang, dead. Understand?
They get the idea, Captain. Most of them speak pidgin English.
I'm glad we made it in time. They didn't harm you, did they?
Just our dignity, sir.
How did they get your rifles in the first place?
Last night, we camped on a beach a couple of miles to the north. Because the Chinook village was so near, we slept on our guns.
but they managed to work them right out from underneath us without waking us. Oh, Dieu, Captain, let us get out of here before they steal the moccasins off of our feet.
Willard, you fall in. We're reconnoitering up to Cape Disappointment, maybe a little farther. George, take Shannon, move on ahead, and shoot us some supper.
Yes, sir. Shannon, let us go.
We spent almost a week exploring the coast. It was a big country, cold and forbidding and magnificent. Some of the pines were 12 to 15 feet in diameter. Great waves dashed against the beaches, and it kept on raining. During the entire time, we saw no trading vessels. We returned to find that Billy Clark had managed to leave our emergency camp with men and supplies intact. He had set up a semi-permanent base on fairly high ground. Utilizing the boards from an abandoned Chinook village nearby, the men had thrown up shelters against the continual rain.
Sorry you didn't see any traders. Life would be considerably better if we could buy some extra clothes and blankets. Stock of trade goods for the return trip.
It certainly would. How's hunting?
Skimpy, just a few underfed deer. Oh, by the way, the Chinooks tried to steal us blind until I threatened to kill their entire village.
It seems as though violence is the only language they understand.
Well, we can't have them victimizing us all winter.
We need stouter quarters. Something with a stockade like Fort Mandan. Billy, you'll have to take a look at the ocean for mapping observations. Why not do it now while I scout around for a new campground?
I called for volunteers to accompany me, and 10 men responded. Ordway, Pryor, Bratton, Coulter, Weiser, Labiche, Charbonneau, the Fields brothers, and York. We went overland and viewed the ocean from the high cliffs. To me, it was astonishing to see a huge surf crashing against the jagged rocks below us. The Pacific was a violent, awe-inspiring ocean, surely misnamed and not at all like the Atlantic. We spent a few days gathering data, which I would include in my maps of the mouth of the great river. Then we started back. When we reached the camp, we found a group of Clatsop Indians who had come to trade. Meriwether was dickering for a beautiful sea otter robe worn by one of the sub-chiefs. I didn't announce my presence while he bargained, unsuccessfully at first.
Forget the white and red beads. Forget the ribbons. Forget the fishhooks. This is my last offer. My fine gold watch, $5 in silver, my army officer's dress coat with the gold facing.
The Clatsop was unimpressed. Disdainfully, he turned away and caught sight of a belt of blue beads worn by Sacagawea. Excitedly, he pointed to it, took off his robe, offered it to her in exchange for the belt. Sacagawea unfastened the belt and handed it to Meriwether Lewis.
Captain Lewis, here. I give you this belt.
But Sacagawea, the robe he's offering you is worth a small fortune.
The belt is yours. You trade for the robe.
Meriwether quickly made the deal and donned the robe while the sub-chief glided away, eyeing the blue belt with delight. Then, belatedly, Meriwether noted my presence. He gestured at a medium-tall Clatsop man who remained aloof during the trading.
Billy, I'm glad to see you back. Meet Comowow, chief of our Clatsop neighbors. Comowow, this is Captain Clark.
I am honored, Captain Clark.
And I, Chief. I never saw anything like it. Your brave turned down Captain Lewis's watch and uniform coat, traded that fine robe for blue beads.
Blue beads are prized here. Chief beads, my people call them. They are to us like gold is to you.
Sacagawea, I appreciate what you did.
Your shirts of elk hide have many holes. You need the robe.
You should have it. Your beads bought it.
Blue beads are not cheap with me. I have a red bead belt that is better. If you will excuse me, I go to feed little Baptiste.
Thanks again, Janie.
Janie?
I'm tired of calling her by that long 5-syllable name.
You like Janie, Sacagawea?
It is good. Now I go to feed the baby.
Chief Comowow thinks we'd be better off camping south of the river.
It is higher, healthier ground. You will not be encircled by the unfriendly Chinook nation.
Then the Clatsops are friends of the white man?
Of some white men. You are friends because you are real chiefs, not like traders who cheat us and steal our pride.
When we go back next spring, we'll report to President Jefferson about that kind of trader.
I will speak of the great white chiefs among other tribes.
Comowol, you are a good friend. We will think about the South Side.
It is good. Now I go.
We will meet soon.
We will meet again.
Comowol's a man of character, the only one we've met in the Columbia country who compares with the Nez Perce of the Shoshones.
His warriors are runty little men, but they certainly can handle those canoes.
You know, Billy, I've been wondering why President Jefferson hasn't sent a Navy ship to meet us.
Our last contact was the material we sent from Fort Mandan. It was months ago. Maybe he's given us up for dead.
Hope not.
Have you discussed the site of the new camp with the men?
No, why should I?
It might help morale. Their goal was the Pacific. Wore themselves out getting to it, and now they'd like to go home, only they can't for another 4 months.
You're right, Billy. They'll all feel better if they have a voice in deciding where we spend that 4 months. Sergeant Gass, front and center.
Yes, sir.
Assemble the men. Tell Janie to feed her baby later.
Yes, sir. Janie, sir?
Sacagawea.
Oh, yes, sir. Everybody hear this? Front and center.
The vote was unanimous to make winter camp on the south side of the river. It was brought out that game and vegetable roots were more plentiful there. Also, the Indians to the south seemed friendlier, as did the weather. But for a time, stormy weather hampered our attempts to establish ourselves on the South Shore. Inevitably, the raw days brought illnesses, colds, coughs, influenza. Gibson had stomach trouble. Bratton complained of a general debility. Then a lull came in the storm. We were able to cross the river and investigate the south side. Much of it was swampy and wet, but we did find high ground not far from several plots of villages. From the top of a rise, we had a handsome view of the sea. Billy Clark drafted the plans for the fort, and the men began the cutting of timber on the spot.
What do you think of the plans, Meriwether?
8 cabins, each 16 by 16.
Mm-hmm.
Why 8, Billy?
Well, we need one each for working on our scientific notes in the journals. We'll use another for food, storage, another for partial storage, and Janie, Charbonneau, and the baby. The other 4 will be for the men.
2 rows of 4 each facing the small parade ground in Flagstaff. And then the whole surrounded by a stockade. It's very good, Billy. Much better plan than Fort Mandan.
I hope so. Sergeant! Sergeant Gass!
Yes, sir.
Front and center, Sergeant. I want Gass to have a look, too.
Well, he claims he once was an expert carpenter.
He's done a good job building our boats.
Sergeant Gass reporting, sir.
How's the lumber, Sergeant?
Finest wood I've ever seen. Why, if we'd had pine like this back home, I'd never have joined the Army.
Different species of pine, Sergeant.
Well, maybe that's it. Sir, you can split those logs perfect every time. With the axe alone, you can make a board 10 feet long and 2 feet wide that stays 1.5 inches thick all the way.
And you won't have any trouble doing a job on this. Here. Have a look at the plans.
Hey, this is real good, sir. The stockade sure ought to keep out Indians at night.
Or any other time.
If we have to, we could defend this, sir. It's going to be a right nice little fort. If I build it as good as you drew it.
Happy to be busy, the men soon cleared the area to be occupied by the fort. Tree stumps were uprooted easily by men used to muscling boats upriver by tow ropes. The work went ahead rapidly, and on Christmas Eve, 1805, the fort was ready for occupancy. We assigned quarters, moved in gear, cut wood for fires, and installed ourselves. On Christmas Day, a roof kept the rain from our heads.
How about it, Sarge? We sing pretty good. Oh, not bad. Thanks to George Drouillard, we're having something to eat, too. 16 elk.
It is tough stringy ale, but Charbonneau is doing the cooking, so it won't be too bad. We're also having roots Cheney down, and he is stewing them in a special way.
I wish I could offer a dram to each man.
Wish you could too, sir. No liquor, the saddest words in the language. We drank the last of it July 4th at the Great Falls. Yeah, most Indian tribes have some kind of liquor they make from roots or stems or bark. If we ask Chief Como, Oh, no, you don't, Gas. Unless you're used to those native concoctions, they're liable to kill you. Yes, sir.
Captain Louis, Private Barton is sick. He asked for you to make him well.
What kind of sickness, Janie?
A great weakness. It took much from him to walk to his door and call out. I had to help him back to his blanket.
Need my help, Meriwether?
You better come along. We went to Bratton's room and examined him. It seemed to take all his strength to stand, and when he tried to walk, he collapsed. Despite this shocking debility, he had very little pain, that localized in the small of the back. We wrapped him in blankets and ordered him to sleep. Then we went outside to the parade ground, away from the celebration of Christmas, to discuss this strange malady.
Pain in the back, that could be a rheumatic illness like lumbago.
All his vertebrae felt in place, and there's certainly not enough pain to account for this terrible weakness.
If it's not a lumbar complaint, what is it? No fever, no headache, appetite normal, elimination normal.
It could be lumbar, I suppose. Something outside our experience.
Afraid to bleed him. He's too weak.
The back isn't painful enough for a poultice.
We'd better confine ourselves to observation for a day or so. Try to determine just what the progress of this disease is.
It can't do any harm to make him stay inside and give him the best of our food.
I guess we'd better go back and join the men.
How is he, Captain Louis?
He'll need rest and food to build up his strength.
I will take him food when it is ready.
Good.
See that he stays warm, Janie.
I will.
What were you saying about Bratton, sir?
A few days, he'll be all right.
After you went to look in on Bratton, sir, we got the word from Charbonneau he's winning the battle with that tough elk beef. But they had to use the last of the salt to make it edible.
Last of the salt?
Captain, me and Weiser and McNeil, we can make salt. If you'll let us go over on the coast near the salt water.
All right, I'll go with you. We'll go in the morning. We set up camp and began the work. The process was simple. Seawater was allowed to settle. Then the top was poured off and the remainder boiled until all water had evaporated and only a white crust of salt remained.
Captain, here's our first batch. Taste it.
Yes, very good. It'll make tonight's stringy deer taste good.
Is it as good as Kentucky salt, sir?
It just might be, Willard.
Captain, there's Chief Como and some of his men.
Captain Clark, good morning.
Good morning, Como Wool. May we offer you a little newly made salt?
Thank you. My people do not use it. We go to the south, to the whale.
Whale?
A big one was driven ashore by a storm. It died. We go to cut our share of blubber. If the Chinooks get there first, there will be nothing for us or anyone else.
The blubber is good to eat?
It is excellent. A delicacy like dog meat. Why not come with us?
I'll go back to the fort and get up a party.
Then it may be too late, unless you hurry.
Well, I'll make haste. You stay now, long enough to eat.
No, my friend. We eat dried salmon as we go. Goodbye.
A whale, huh? That'll be something to see, won't it, Captain?
You and Weiser and McNeil stay here until I get back. I'll bring men to relieve you. Then we'll go see the whale.
Yes, sir.
Now remember, don't trust the Indians.
What about Como Wolf's tribe?
Only if he's with them. When I returned to Fort Clatsop, I was challenged by a guard, Private Fraser, who was in the process of ejecting would-be Chinook traders for the night. I answered, got a crisp salute. I went to Meriwether's quarters, where he was busily working on his journal. He looked up with a smile.
How's the salt maker?
Brought back a keg. Boys are making more.
Good.
What's all this spit and polish discipline outside?
Captain Clark, I will remind you that this is the most western of all United States Army posts.
It is that.
In case you're wondering if I've turned into an old-line disciplinarian, the answer is no. We have several more sick men, and morale has deteriorated considerably in the short time you've been gone.
And you think the discipline helps?
I know it does. We have a guard, 3 walking posts, sergeant of the guard. We change it at sunrise, or what seems like sunrise in the rain. We even have a bulletin board where we post the order of the day, guard roster, any special instructions.
I notice you also put visiting Indians out of the stockade at night.
The day after you left, Drew Yar shot 10 elk and 4 deer, fairly meaty ones. Indians who stayed the night left early with all our meat.
And that day you went hungry.
Invalids and all.
Now, how's Bratton?
Well, he's fully recovered, but I can't take the credit. I don't even know what disease he had.
Well, at least he's all right. How are the journals coming?
I still have botanical and zoological material to correlate, not to mention the notes on Aboriginal cultures.
I have to get on with my geography. After I make a trip back to the coast to see if any whale blubber is available.
Whale blubber?
A whale was washed ashore south of the salt camp. Comowol says blubber makes very good eating.
Captain Clark, you are back.
Janie, how are you?
I was going to ask to go to the salt camp and bring back salt.
I brought some. In the morning I'm taking a detail out again to get the flesh of a whale for food.
A whale? A big fish?
Yes.
Oh, let me go with you.
You're helping here with the sick men.
I've never seen the big ocean. I have never seen a whale.
Take her along with you, Billy.
My party to the coast included Sacagawea, Charbonneau, Bratton, Werner, and Shannon. At the salt camp, we left the latter 3 and took Willard, Weiser, and McNeil with us to view the whale.
There is nothing left. Only an arch of bones.
She was right. Chinooks and a related tribe, the Killamucks, had left nothing but bones. I managed to trade them out of 300 pounds of the blubber so that we would not return empty-handed for Fort Clatsop. As it was, we very nearly left a dead man behind. A Killamuck warrior coveted McNeil's jacket, and when McNeil would not sell it, the Killamuck lured McNeil into his tent on the pretext of giving him a special Indian food. Then we heard a Chinook damsel scream.
Captain, trouble.
McNeil, he went into the tent.
Come on, Willard. The Killamuck was about to stab McNeil on the back when we rushed in. I knocked the man down. With great agility, he rolled to his feet, ran out the rear, and disappeared into the nearby forest. We headed back to Fort Clatsop with the blubber and more salt from the camp. A good part of the way, the other men ragged McNeil for being off his guard.
The captain will tell you, around the Killamucks and the Chinooks, a stupid man is a dead man.
Captain will tell you everybody in this detail needs to be more alert. See that creek over there, Janie?
There, Captain Clark?
Yes, the little one. I hereby name it McNeil's Folly. At Fort Clatsop, our lives settled into the winter routine. Of course, Meriwether and I used every minute to organize the information we'd collected into reports for President Jefferson. We wondered why no trading ships had put in an appearance. We spoke about it to our one trusted Indian friend, Comowol.
The chief named Delashawilt told me a ship under Captain Ewing was due.
Delashawilt also said One-Eyed Skelly was due soon. No?
I believe he did.
Delashawilt talks to be talking. My friends, I do not like to tell you, but you missed the only ship. Captain Hill and the Lydia from Boston.
Missed it? When?
While you were building the fort. The Chinooks were angry. They told Captain Hill you had been here, but left. My friends, I did not know this until it was too late.
The men from the salt camp are back. Private Bratton is sick again. They carried him all the way.
I examined Bratton and found the same baffling condition that had existed before. The mild pain in the back, the weakness which had prevented him from walking.
You say he ate well and he's sleeping. Well, that's good.
Well, no matter how much or how little he eats, it makes no difference in his condition. All we can do is hope that he pulls out of it again.
That's right. If you'll stop that pacing and come over here, you can have a look at the master map of the trip. St. Louis to the mouth of the Columbia. Now, take a look at the upper Missouri. Of course, we had no choice with no horses at the time, but we did cover a lot of unnecessary miles by staying with the river too long.
We can save a couple of months going home. We'll use horses from Traveler's Rest to the Great Falls. Just look at all that land.
Property of the United States of America.
Winter progressed into a dismal, cold, wet spring, and we pushed preparations for our return, beginning with the trip up the Columbia. We made clothing from elk skins, and as our day of departure drew nearer, we turned to the problem of the boats. Plainly, some of them were unseaworthy and would have to be replaced. Sergeant Pryor managed to acquire one of the large coastal canoes from the Clatsops by trading my gold trim officer's coat for it, but we needed one more.
Captain Clark, look at that canoe resting against the log near the water. You suppose some Indian forgot it? You know better than that, Sergeant. But we need a canoe. Why not borrow it for a few months?
George, that's stealing.
Indians stole from us, Captain. Remember the day we went hungry? Because they stole all the game I shot?
He has a point, Meriwether. It's a Chinook canoe, and they were the ones who sent away that trading ship.
All right, Sergeant, go ahead and load it.
Oh, with pleasure, sir.
In our need, we stole an Indian canoe and justified it by telling ourselves that one bad turn deserves another. However, without saying anything to the others, I left my $5 silver beside the log. At last, the boats were loaded. We carried the sick Bratton to a boat, then looked on Fort Clatsop with a bit of ceremonial attention. If you're ready, Captain Clark.
Sure.
Stand by.
Attention. With the authority vested in us, we hereby decommission Fort Clatsop as an active post in the United States Army. Given under our hand this 23rd day of March, 1806. Signed, Meriwether Lewis, Captain, United States Infantry, and William Clark, Captain, Corps of Discovery.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 8, Fort on the Columbia, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Helen Gerald, Bill Quinn, Ben Cooper, and Dal McKinnon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. the American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
I made sign talk with the river people about food. They don't have any to spare, not even to sell.
At least we'll have Quamish roots to eat. Janie went out to dig some.
Roots are all right temporarily, but the men can't go without meat very long and keep up their strength. If Drew Yar and the hunters come in empty-handed again, why not kill one of our horses? The poorest one.
Really, the way it is, all of us except Bratton will have to walk over the Lolo Pass. We have just enough horses to tote the baggage.
We could all ride if we could bring Chief Twisted Hair to an accounting. Last fall, we left 30 good horses with him. Do you realize that?
Tell me, Billy, how do you bring a man to an accounting when he deliberately avoids you?
Captain Clark? Thought you ought to know, sir. There's a score of Nez Perce heading this way.
Who's leading them? Twisted Hair, Cut Nose?
No chiefs, sir. Just a couple of braves, mostly squaws, children, and old people.
Wonder what they want.
Remember me?
Wait a minute. Let me think.
Come, warrior. You fix leg. You pull heart, straighten out. Give stinging water to rub on.
Of course. Now I remember. Last fall. You're the one who learned white man's talk from traders down the Columbia, yes.
It's good. Come, tell everybody how you make him well. You great medicine man. These people, all sick, all come to be cured.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 10, Decision at Traveler's Rest. May 8, 1806. The Lewis and Clark expedition, after a relatively easy trip from the Walla Walla country in southeastern Washington, was encamped on the banks of the Clearwater River in Nez Perce country, not far from what is now the city of Lewiston, Idaho. Ahead were the formidable Rockies. The crossing would be through the Lolo Pass, where there was never food for man or beast, even in the summer. Now the pass was choked with snow. If nature was kind and permitted the rigorous 3-day passage within the month, Lewis and Clark would reach St. Louis this year. If nature chose to be unkind and delayed them 2 months, but neither captain wanted to think about that possibility.
The Indians looked at Billy as if he were a miracle worker and prepared to display their ills. He got out his medicines and his instruments.
Meriwether, you know more about doctoring than I do. You ought to be doing this.
They put their faith in you, Billy.
Stand by, anyhow. I might need a consultant.
I'll give you one piece of advice right now. We're out of trade goods. We can't buy any necessaries from these people, not unless they pay you for doctoring.
I'll remember. Kamkamish, who's first?
This squaw, the wife of War Chief, has great pain in back.
Tell her husband we are poor in food and poor in horses. Tell him we will welcome any payment he can make.
The squaw had a severe abscess which Billy lanced, drained, and dressed. The easing of pressure gave her almost immediate relief, and her grateful husband promised to bring us a horse in the morning. Except for a girl with a broken forearm, the other complaints were minor. Sore eyes, strained muscles, constipation. Billy treated these from 3 bottles: eye wash, horse liniment, and Dr. Rush's purgative pills. At last he finished. Kamkamish herded the patients away just as George Druyar and the hunters returned with 3 deer. good, Billy. 3 deer.
Well, things are improving. Now, if we could only get our horses from Twisted Hair, we'd be in good shape.
No time like right now.
Now? Or what can you do now?
I have an idea. Would you find Kamkamish for me?
There's what over there? Kamkamish! Come here.
George, you came in past Twisted Hair's camp?
Yes, sir. He is there. He is sulking in his lodge.
I want you to go back. Ask him to visit us tonight. We'll smoke the pipe, eat together, talk.
Captain Clark, you want Kamkamish?
Yes. Captain Lewis and I want you to stay. Be our interpreter. Big powwow tonight with Twisted Hair.
George, after you visit Twisted Hair, go on to Chief Cutnose. Invite him here to smoke and eat and talk.
Twisted Hair and Cutnose? Both of them?
Both of them.
Charbonneau and York set about cooking the venison. Jenny brought in as many quamash roots as she could carry. She put the roots into pots of water suspended over one of the fires. The minutes of waiting compounded into an hour. Meriwether grew restive. What had happened to George Drouillard and the Nez Perce chiefs?
George could have made the round trip twice by now. I hope he didn't run into trouble.
Captain Lewis, Charbonneau says supper's about ready to eat.
Go ahead and feed the men, but save enough venison and roots for us and Drouillard and our guests.
Yes, sir.
Tell Charbonneau to keep our portions warm.
Right, sir. All right, keep the portions warm.
Well, there's somebody.
Twisted Hair. All by himself.
It means George is with Cutnose. Kamkamish.
Here, Captain Lewis. I'm ready.
Welcome, Chief of the Nez Perce. Welcome, Twisted Hair.
We passed the pipe back and forth, and then sat down before Charbonneau's always excellent cooking. As he ate, Twisted Hair smiled happily and made the sign of friendship repeatedly. Then he turned to Kamkamish and spoke in Nez Perce.
Captain Lewis, Twisted Hair say he happy to see white friends. White man's food, good. White man's tobacco, good. White men, Nez Perce, friends.
Ask him if his quarrel with Chief Cutnose concerns us.
Kamkamish spoke to Twisted Hair. The chief listened, frowned, and replied with some heat. Kamkamish nodded soberly and turned to Meriwether.
Quarrel about white men's horses, over honor of guarding them, over use of them. Chief Broken Arm and Chief Cutnose, each allowed to share care and use. Cutnose not careful, his young men scatter horses all over nation.
Tell him the horses must be rounded up fast. Ask about the saddles we cached here last fall.
Kamkamish relayed the statement to Twisted Hair. The Nez Perce chief spoke rapidly with a great sincerity evident in his manner. Kamkamish listened carefully, considering how to put this torrent of words into his limited English. Then he spoke.
Captain, Chief Twisted Hair, give word he get horses back. In cash, ground fall on saddles. Twisted Hair saved. He puts in new dry hold.
Then George Drouillard rode in with Chief Cutnose. They dismounted and came over to the fire.
Welcome, Chief Cutnose. Sit down, both of you. Smoke with us. Eat.
Cutnose glared at Twisted Hair, waved aside the peace pipe offered by Drouillard, and grabbed up some venison. He ate voraciously, pausing now and then to spit out Nez Perce words, which sounded like curses.
Captain Clark, Captain Lewis, Cutnose say he true friend to whites, but Twisted Hair is bad, a man of two faces. He let young braves spoil white man's horses by hard riding. Braves would kill horses, but Cutnose saved.
Kamkamish, tell Cutnose I am sad. He and Twisted Hair are quarreling. Captain Clark is sad. We want our friends to be friends of each other. We know that as brothers they can do anything. Together they will find our horses. Let them make their white friends happy. Let them smoke together.
Both the chiefs responded to Meriwether's plea. Cutnose put aside his food long enough to take the pipe from George. He smoked and passed it on to Twisted Hair. He smoked. All was well, except we still didn't have our horses.
Billy's fears about the horses turned out to be groundless. Twisted Hair and Cut Nose were honest men. We visited them in turn the very next day and got back our saddles and 21 of the horses in good condition. Their braves helped round up the remaining animals during the next few days, until we lacked only 2. The 2 horses taken by old Toby and his sons as a fee for guiding us over the mountains last fall. Then a messenger arrived from the great chief of all the Nez Perce, the Broken Arm.
He say, you come his village. All Nez Perce people send chiefs and warriors there to welcome great white captains.
On May 10th, we reached the Broken Arms village and were pleased to see that over it flew the American flag we had given him last fall. The village was on high ground with a fine view of the still impassable Rocky Mountains. Representatives from all 7 Nez Perce tribes were there.
It was our chance to speak out for the policy of peace and friendship Thomas Jefferson wanted the Indians to adopt.
My friends, we have smoked the pipe together. We have pledged ourselves to live in peace and harmony with each other. This is the policy of the great chief Thomas Jefferson of the 17 states of America whence I come. Let me draw you a picture on the earth before your feet of this great nation to which I belong, and how it relates to you and other Western peoples.
While his words were translated into the Nez Perce tongue, Meriwether took up a stick and drew a map on the ground and made the sign for all to look at.
Look, my friends, here, all this great area, this is the United States. Here is the big river Mississippi and the big river Missouri. Here live the Nez Perce and their immediate neighbors, the Shoshones, the Blackfeet, Minnetarees, Pawnees. All of you are under the protection of the great Thomas Jefferson, just as each of the 17 states is protected by him. We must all keep the peace. When Blackfoot or Minnetare lifts his lance against Shoshone or Nez Perce, it is an affront to great Chief Jefferson. It is an affront to all who want the good life. Only in time of peace can traders come among you and bring you white man's goods to make your lives easier and richer and better. Now, so I may tell the great President Jefferson of the intent of his Nez Perce friends, I ask you to tell me whether you want to fight with your neighbors or live with them as brothers. I ask you to vote either for war or for peace.
The voting procedure, set up by order of Great Chief the Broken Arm, was unique and followed Nez Perce tradition. To signify approval, the braves helped themselves to food from the tribal kettle. To show disapproval, they stood aloof. The approvals far outnumbered the disapprovals.
It is good. The vote is for peace. The Broken Arm informed us after the big powwow that his scouts had reported snows in the Lolo Pass were still so deep we could not go through. We would have to wait several weeks, and we might as well spend the time in comfort. A commodious deerskin lodge would be provided for Billy and me. The level of the nearby river, checked daily, would be an accurate gauge of how fast the mountain snows were thawing. And we were free to kill as many of the Broken Arm's numerous horse herd as we might need for food. We also learned, after we accepted his hospitality, that word of Billy Clark's medical prowess had reached the area. The sick lined up each morning for treatment.
Well, another group gone away happy, sir. And they all paid in food.
That's the way it is, Ordway. Feast or famine.
You know, you'd make a pretty good country doctor even back home, Captain.
Nonsense. If I were any good, I'd be able to cure Private Bratton.
Yeah, poor Private Bratton.
Did I hear somebody mention Bratton?
Yes, I've got to look in on him.
I just did. If anything, he's weaker.
Then that salve I gave him last week hasn't helped.
Pine resin, beeswax, and bear oil, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, all it did was give him a rancid smell.
Bratton says Johnny Shields has been talking to him about an Indian sweat bath cure.
Indian sweat bath? It'll kill him.
Maybe not.
He'll die anyway in the Lolo Pass.
Billy, why don't we ask him?
Might as well.
Bratton was under a canvas lean-to stretched out on a couch of pine boughs. He didn't look bad lying there. His color and flesh were good, but when he tried to stand, he collapsed.
I don't know what it is, sir. Ain't much pain except a small in my back.
You think you can sit up for maybe an hour?
Well, I can try, sir. Why?
Captain Clark and I want to give you an Indian sweat bath.
Johnny Shields was talking about it. You sure it'll cure me?
I'm not sure at all.
It's your last chance, Bratton.
Well, I guess a long chance is better than no chance at all.
Johnny Shields and Drew Yar helped Sergeant Ordway dig a hole in a clear area along the riverbank. That's deep enough, wouldn't you say, Billy?
4 feet deep, 4 foot square, sir.
That's about right, Sergeant Ordway. Build a fire on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
When it get good and hot, in you go, Bratton. And then you can make your own steam, throwing water on the sides of the hole.
You're telling me it'll be that hot? Well, you'll cook me like a side of beef.
No, we won't. Captain, he ought to have something to drink while he's down there.
Suppose you make him some hot mint tea.
Hot?
That's what the captain said.
When the hole was hot enough, Shields shoveled out the fire. We built a rock seat about a foot off the bottom, and it was ready. I looked around. Ringing us were about 30 Indians. I decided to ignore them.
Got the water for steam, Ordway?
Yes, sir. Here goes.
Mint tea?
Right here, sir.
Now, when he's in, cover the top with blankets.
You sure you want to go in there, Bratton?
No, I ain't sure at all.
They're not forcing you.
Do what great Dr. Chief say. Go in. Get well.
Hey, come on, Bratton. Hey, you don't want to disappoint the audience.
Up to the devil with the audience.
Get in there and sweat it out.
Well, I guess so. Well, all right, I'm ready.
You'll be all right, Bratton.
Water on the bottom and sides, Ordway?
Water on the bottom and sides, sir.
For supper, the roast Bratton.
Shields and Ordway carefully lowered Bratton into the steaming hole. Quickly, we covered the top with blankets, lifting them partially now and then to provide Bratton with more tea or more water to make steam. Soon, he was all but obscured by a misty cloud.
How are you doing, Bratton?
I can't stand much more.
Well, it's pretty hot down there, Captain.
Good. You think I should take him out, Meriwether?
You're the doctor, Billy. I have no first-hand experience with this kind of thing.
Neither have I. Ordway, you know the procedure to get him out?
Yes, sir. Me and Shields lift him. Then we run him to the river and throw him in.
Well, then get him back fast and into the hole again.
All set, sir.
Shields?
Ready, sir.
All right, take him out.
We lifted him out and ran with him toward the river. No sooner had they thrown him in than they were pulling him out.
All right, men, quick, back in the sweat hole with him.
Oh, just let me die, will you? Let me die.
Come on now. You can't quit.
We let him sweat for another half hour or so, threw him in the water again, and then put him back in the sweat hole. When we took him out the final time, we wrapped him in blankets and cooled him off gradually. The next day, Bratton began improving, and in a week he could walk with no trouble. We tried the same treatment on a paralyzed sub-chief the trusting Comcomish had brought to us. It cured him, too. And from then on, Chief the Broken Arm began to urge us to settle down permanently with his people.
Comcomish, just what did he say about guides?
You will have guides when snow melts.
Mm-hmm.
But why you go? You and Nez Perce, brothers.
We moved our camp farther into the uplands and made as many preparations as we could for the forced march across the pass. Johnny Shields, with the convalescent Bratton to help, overhauled the firearms of the expedition, but the rest of the men were not so fortunate. Without jobs, they did little more than cast amorous eyes at the more attractive of the Nez Perce women.
Meriwether, they're looking like troops from old Fort Clatsop.
We'll never get across the mountains with men who don't care.
They need something to keep them busy.
Remember how they were racing horses with the Indians at Twisted Hare's village?
That's a good idea.
Better yet, let's have some foot races. Burn up their energy.
Get all kinds of games going.
We held regular games with the Indians, and we didn't try to keep the men from betting on the outcome of these races, even if they occasionally lost an essential item like a hatchet or a knife. The most significant race of all to Billy and me was a sprint, which Private Bill Bratton entered. Several of the men, including Shields and Ordway, felt that he was not ready to pit himself against half a dozen of the fastest Nez Perce runners. Bratton, however, insisted, and when the runners towed the starting line with Shields to send them off, Bratton was there.
Ready? Set! Go get up! Go on, Billy!
Bratton got off to a poor start, but he dug in hard and made up ground on the swift Indians. He passed several, one of whom tried to slow him down with a turning of elbow. But he got by and crossed the finish line a couple of strides behind the leaders in third place.
Bratton, that's fine. Fine, boy. How do you feel?
Good, sir. Real good.
Guess you're cured, Bill. I guess you might even be ready for that Lolo Pass.
Billy Clark and I kept daily watch on the water level in the river, which rose much too slowly for us. Obviously, it was a late winter, the one eventuality that could defeat our attempt to reach St. Louis before the end of the year 1806. On the 10th of June, we moved still nearer the mountains.
We need another talk with the broken arm about guides.
Yes, we do. Remind him of his promise.
Well, send Drouillard to talk to him in sign language.
Why not come Comish in Nez Perce?
I'm afraid he's biased. He wants us to stay.
This time, with the exception of George Drouillard, we sent out all our hunters to bring in as much meat as possible. George left for the camp of Chief the Broken Arm. Half a day, and George reported back to us, grim and unsmiling.
Sorry, no guides. The chief say he is not letting us die up there in the snowdrifts.
Did you tell him we meant to leave? Guides or no guides?
Yes, sir. He thought I was bluffing.
A few weeks' delay here means another winter will catch us in this upper Missouri country.
We were over the Lolo Pass once, George. You were with the leaders then.
With the Indian guys, sir.
You helped blaze trail. You ought to be able to lead us back, with what I can remember and what Captain Clark remembers.
If you say so, sir, I try.
150 miles with no horse fodder. We'll have to try to make it in 3 days.
We started into the mountains on the 15th of June, 1806. By evening, we had pushed to an elevation of almost a mile. Fortunately, the snow was hard-packed and crusted with ice. As long as the horses kept their feet, travel wasn't particularly difficult. That night, with a knife-edged wind slicing at us from the heights, was the coldest I can remember. We were up early and pressed on in the gray dawn.
Doesn't look familiar.
Sure doesn't.
Those horses don't look happy.
Morning, sirs.
How does it look up front?
Not familiar. To speak out, sir, I'm not sure where we are heading.
How about the tree blazes?
Buried under maybe 4 feet of the snow. I can take a chance if you make it in order, but I rather not. I make a wrong guess, and I kill over 30 people and 60 horses.
And you don't want that hanging over your head.
No, sir.
We have to get across.
If we try again, maybe we can force the Nez Perce to give us a guide. Perhaps talk to somebody else. Twisted Air, Cut Nose.
It'll cost us at least 2 days, maybe more.
We can leave the baggage here. Backtrack with only men and horses.
I guess it's the only way. Let's get started.
Ordway! Dance! Fire!
We stored our baggage and reserve food under tarpaulins along the snowy trail. Here, in this wild and nearly lifeless area, these precious goods would be safe. Drouillard, meanwhile, hurried back to talk to Chief Cutnose about guides. Our retreat was marred by accidents. Coulter lost his blanket, John Potts was badly cut, and I was hard put to stop the bleeding. We lost 4 horses and a mule, and the hunters ranging the lower altitudes only got 2 deer during a span of 5 days. Then, while our horses grazed near our old campgrounds, George Druyar at last appeared, this time with a broad smile on his face.
Druyar!
You look like good news, George.
Sir, I got 3 guides. One of them is a brother of Chief Cutnose.
Excellent.
What did it cost?
Only 2 rifle and some shot.
Where are they?
Coming up the trail, sir.
On the 24th of June, we left again for the Lolo Pass, this time led by the 3 young Nez Perce braves.
Fortune favored the rest of the passage. It was very cold. The horses went with empty bellies. But on the 29th day of June, 1806, we started down the eastern slope of the mountains.
The snow runs out about a mile ahead, according to the guide, sir. There's plenty of grass for the horses.
Overnight, stop by the forage, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The following day, after luxuriating in the wonderful warm waters of the Lolo Springs, we moved on to Traveler's Rest, where we had camped on the trip west. The hunters brought in several deer. That night, the men, bodies cleansed in the springs, stomachs full of good fare, were happy and relaxed. It was time to bring up a subject that Meriwether and I had discussed time and again since Fort Clatsop.
We made it just in time. We should reach St. Louis before the year's out.
Missouri Currents will be with us most of the way.
No poling, no towing, no prickly pear.
Not as much, let's say.
Hunting will be real good after we leave Shoshone country.
I hate to interrupt this optimistic talk, but you all must remember we had a bad time of it in this very country last summer and fall. Mainly because we didn't know enough about it. And we still don't.
What Captain Clark is trying to say is we'll have to split up the Corps of Discovery a good part of the way home.
In Blackfoot country, sir? Them and the Minotaurs might jump smaller groups of men.
We'll have to take that chance.
Back at Fort Clatsop, when I made up the master map, I could see the blank spaces that we fill only by actual exploration. Well, that's what this amounts to, filling in the blanks.
Gash, you'll go with me, and we'll take 8 men. We'll go directly to the Missouri, where 3 men will make trucks for the portage around the Great Falls. With the others, I'll explore Mariah's River.
Ordway, you'll go with me up the Bitterroot Valley, over the divide, then to 3 Forks. There, you'll take 9 men down the Missouri to meet up with Captain Lewis, while I take the rest of the party, explore the Yellowstone River. We should all meet where the Yellowstone joins the Missouri.
All I can say is I hope the Indians have hibernated.
After the men had gone silently and glumly to their bedrolls, Billy Clark and I sat by the fire, a map spread between us.
I know the men are depressed.
Because they've endured so much together.
It can't be helped. There's no time to cover all this country in one body.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 10, Decision at Traveler's Rest, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Eddie Firestone, Jim Bowles, and Clark Gordon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. the American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Captain Lewis.
Hello, Sergeant.
Welcome back, sir. Hope you had a tolerable trip.
Well, I took a new trail from Detroit and ran into an Indian situation that looked tight for a little while, but you know me, Sergeant. Paymaster, 1st Infantry, can't let the men down. Here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Who won the election?
Jefferson. Noble Sir Thomas, the champion of the common man.
Good old Mr. Jefferson. He made it. He made it.
Huh. Republicans are all alike. No control.
What was that, Sergeant? Are you criticizing me or Mr. Jefferson?
Just giving an opinion, sir. What this country needs is a ruling class.
Sergeant, you're an idiot. 3 cheers for Tom Jefferson.
What's going on here? I'm trying to work.
Oh, you, Lewis.
Yes, sir. The sergeant just told me Mr. Jefferson was elected president.
And you're letting everybody know you're friends with him, is that it?
I voted for him, if that's what you mean.
No, not exactly, Captain. There's a letter for you from him in my office. Come in.
A letter from Mr. Jefferson?
Looks to me like a personal letter.
Well, our families are neighbors in Virginia.
Here. It came by special messenger day before yesterday.
Thank you, sir. It's a surprise to hear from him when he's busy taking over such a big job.
Well, Captain, good news or bad?
Dear Lieutenant Lewis, I'll have to tell him I made captain, sir. In view of my recent election to the presidency of the United States, I find that I will require a private secretary. Your tact and social adaptability, your knowledge of the Western country of the Army, has rendered it desirable for public as well as private purposes that you should be engaged in that office. If you accept, please obtain approbation from General Wilkinson and repair to the Presidential Mansion, Washington City. What do you think of that, Colonel? I am to be the new private secretary to the President.
I don't understand it, Lewis. You, a secretary?
Why not, sir?
Well, if your written reports are any indication, you don't have a hand. You have a rooster's scratch, and you can't spell. Come, Captain. Why would the President want you for a secretary?
Very simple, Colonel. He likes me.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 1, Mr. Jefferson's Dream. Years before he was elected president in 1800, Thomas Jefferson had dreamed of exploring the unknown lands west of the Mississippi River. Unknown lands that were said to contain wonders such as a mountain of pure salt and prehistoric mammoths. Now that he had been inaugurated, Jefferson was in a position to realize his dreams by sending what he liked to call a corps of discovery into the West. Because of certain political and commercial rivalries, such an expedition would have to be kept secret as long as possible and would need superlative leadership. After considering a number of young men, Jefferson finally selected the leader, Meriwether Lewis, and had ensured the secrecy of the choice by offering him the job of private secretary to the president.
My name is Meriwether Lewis, and I'm making what the colonel has called rooster scratches in my journal. In March of 1801, I was 26 years old, a captain in the 1st Infantry and paymaster for the regiment. I liked Army life, even though being paymaster meant I had to travel constantly through the wilderness parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, and along the Mississippi frontier in order to pay the scattered troops of the regiment. I managed to make the rounds about twice a year. Anyway, on March 6, 1801, the day after I received my letter from Mr. Jefferson, I left the Army depot in Pittsburgh on my way to Washington, the new federal city. The spring rains made the roads a slough of mud, and it took me over 2 weeks to reach the White House. Mr. Jefferson had gone for a short vacation to Monticello, but he left instructions for me to move into his quarters, where I would receive free food and lodging and a salary of $600 per year, much better than captain's pay, I might add. So I unpacked and tried to get settled before the president returned.
A little more of the Boeuf Bourguignon, Meriwether.
Boeuf Bourguignon? I was about to call it the best beef stew I ever ate.
Have some more.
Mr. President, I've had 2 helpings already. Where did you ever find such a cook?
In Paris. When I was there as United States ambassador, I persuaded him to come home with me. Now, shall we take our brandy into the library? I suppose you're anxious to know a little about your duties.
Well, frankly, sir, I've been wondering why you chose me for the job.
For the sake of morale, let's have one thing understood. Friendship had nothing to do with it.
Yes, sir. Surely you could have found someone with a more impressive hand, and surely you had more qualified applicants.
For a secretarial position, Meriwether, all of the applicants were better qualified than you.
Then I don't understand.
Well, think of the position as a sort of aide-de-camp. After all, secretary is only an official title.
Like a general's aide?
Exactly.
And not a secretary.
I like to write my own letters, and I can, with either hand. And later I'll show you a copying machine I've invented. Now, all I really need is a file clerk, and that will leave you free to handle certain confidential matters for me.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if you remember, 9 years ago you asked me if you could go on Andre Michaud's scientific expedition into the West. You were too young then, but now you're as qualified as any man to lead a similar expedition.
Even if I fail like Michaud, I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do.
I thought you'd feel that way about it. Now, you would explore the Missouri clear to its mountain headwaters, and then go on to the Pacific. If it is America's destiny to be a great nation, she has to go beyond the Mississippi. Your expedition may or may not be the first step in such expansion, and in securing our borders against the British and the French. Well, I don't know yet. We have to let things develop a bit more, but I want you to think about such a trip anyway.
Yes, sir.
Oh, have you seen this?
I was admiring it, sir. It's a very handsome telescope.
I'm trying to figure out how to double this refracting space in order to add light and magnitude.
May I have a closer look? Scarcely a day went by when I didn't think about the expedition. Soon I was calling it the Corps of Discovery, as Mr. Jefferson did. I studied, I prepared. About a year later, the president called me into his office.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. President. You wanted to speak with me?
Oh, yes. I thought I'd tell you to step up your preparations for the Corps of Discovery.
Step it up? I will, sir, with all possible dispatch.
Well, devote full time to it. I don't have to remind you of the necessity for secrecy. Don't even tell your mother.
Least of all my mother. She'd have it all over town.
I think you ought to know I'm secretly trying to buy New Orleans. Now that Louisiana is French again, that's the only way we can keep Mississippi open to American commerce. As long as Napoleon controls the river, we can't think of Western expansion.
True, sir.
Napoleon is almost sure to attack England. Now, part of British retaliation would probably include the occupation of Louisiana. There are no French troop contingents or Navy units in the area large enough to stop them. Can you imagine the British on our western border? We would use the Mississippi only after fighting and winning a major war, something we can't afford at present.
We're to wait for news of the purchase negotiations?
Oh, not at all. We'll explain your project as a scientific trip to locate the headwaters of the Mississippi.
Very good, sir.
Well, if I can buy more than New Orleans, I will. But once you're across the Mississippi and up the Missouri, we'll have won a partial victory. Also, I'd like you to get the Indian trade away from the British. You can do a lot towards that by establishing friendly relations with the tribes. Of course, you'll acquire detailed information about the route west to the mouth of the Columbia. I'm hoping the rumors are true that there's a single portage from the headwaters of the Missouri to the headwaters of the Columbia.
A water route to the Western Ocean.
Remember, water or land. We must have economic control of the continent.
Yes, sir. We'll be outflanking Spain, France, and England all in one simple maneuver.
Above all, Meriwether, the United States must grow. An expansion to the west is the natural direction.
Yes, sir.
Well, perhaps I'm asking too much, but I hope you won't neglect the scientific side of the journey. All my adult life, I've wanted to know what lies beyond the Mississippi. I've heard so many stories, tales. People have brought me boxes of mammoth bones from the area. Think of it. Actual prehistoric animals in the distant west. I wish I could go myself. I really do. I've been east to Europe. But do you know that I've never been more than 50 miles west of Albemarle County?
On January 18, 1803, Mr. Jefferson sent a secret message to Congress asking for an allocation of funds for the expedition. Congress complied, and I started gathering equipment and supplies, plus trying to cram navigation into my head at night. The more I studied, the more I thought of William Clark, who was a genius at navigation. Billy would be a great asset to the Corps of Discovery, but he was also a friend of mine, perhaps my best friend. And I couldn't pick his brains and take all the glory for myself. Maybe Billy could become my co-leader. I went to Mr. Jefferson to find out.
Come in.
May I speak to you, sir?
Oh, of course, Meriwether, of course. Close the door and sit down.
It's about the science side of the trip, sir.
Well, I'm glad you're giving it thought.
Mr. President, I'm not possessed of enough learning to
Who is Meriwether? Whoever knows enough. However, you're strong in botany, zoology, the study of minerals. Your knowledge of geography and navigation is sound.
But not sound enough, sir. Do you remember William Clark, the younger brother of General George Rogers Clark?
Billy, of course I remember him. A good boy.
Well, Billy and I have been friends for a long time. In 1797, he was my company commander. And the next year, he resigned to go home to Kentucky and help on the family farm. He's 32 now. He's a first-rate soldier and frontiersman and a genius at cartography and geography. I think I could talk him into going with us.
Oh, might be a good idea. You'll be more efficient with Billy to help. Go ahead. Enlist him as your aide.
Not as my aide, sir. Co-leader. Same rank, same pay, same allotment of glory. Or disgrace.
Are you that sure of him?
I don't follow you, sir.
Well, do you know him that well? Usually, having two leaders is the quickest route to dissension and failure.
Not with Billy. If he can't help us, he won't have any part of it.
I'd advise you to think it over carefully.
I have, sir. We need Billy Clark.
The decision is yours. You're the leader of the expedition.
The crops look mighty fine. Be able to pay off a few more of the old debts.
There you are, Mr. Clark.
Hello, York. You look like you've been running.
Yes, sir. Got a letter for you. General George says it might be important.
Maybe, York. It's from my old friend Meriwether Lewis at the White House.
White House? Mr. Jefferson's house?
Pursuant to the President's wishes, I am taking an expedition to explore the Missouri and the Columbia River valleys, eventually ending on the shores of the Pacific Sea. I hope to return to Washington on one of the trading vessels that call now and then at the mouth of the Columbia. If there is anything in this enterprise which would induce you to participate with me in its fatigues, dangers, and its honors, believe me, there is no man on earth with whom I should feel equal pleasure in sharing them as with yourself. What do you think of that, York? He wants me to go with him. Well, I'd better find George. George! George!
What's wrong? York, what's the matter with Billy?
Well, sir... this letter, George. Read it.
All right. Look, Missouri, Columbia. What? Well. Billy, seems to me there's a great field over here for a young man of ability and energy.
Billy, except at once.
Well, what about the farm? You can't manage it all by yourself.
Oh, crops are first rate this year. Jonathan and I'll hire some help while you're gone. Go with Captain Lewis.
I'm glad you feel that way.
I'll get our gear in order, sir. I'll get us some horses to ride.
Us? I don't remember that Captain Lewis invited you.
I'm not letting you go into that wilderness alone.
Clark sent me an acceptance as soon as he could, and then left for Louisville to begin recruiting under instructions to enlist for a voyage up the Mississippi rather than the Missouri. Secrecy was still important. I left quietly for Pittsburgh and the Army Supply Depot to check off equipment I'd ordered. Everything was ready, including a new kind of air gun or cannon, which would shoot a slug through 4 inches of wood. Only the boats were slow in construction. The workmen were incorrigible drunkards, and the more I tried to hurry them, the longer they took. But then I met Scanlon. Oh, the devils, why do they stall around? What do they gain from such infernal slow motion? When I assume a task, something always seems to go wrong. Like those men over there, the sodden lumps. Why must I have all the problems? I wonder if I'll ever get started. I have to stop talking to myself. I have to control these fits of depression. Too many of them to mean the failure of the trip. I must stop. Hey, boy, what are you barking at? You're huge. You're big as a pony. I'm sorry, boy. I don't want to disturb you.
He won't hurt you. He's just saying good day to you.
What's his name?
Hannon. After me brother, God bless him. He's a Newfoundland. Not me brother, the dog. Weighs nigh on to 200 pounds.
Really?
Oh, he's a fine dog. My brother was a fine man, too. As big a man as Cannon as a dog. Quiet down, my boy, and stop nuzzling the gentleman. It's rude of you. Well, he ain't much for strangers, sir, but he likes you.
Hello there, dog. Nice, Cannon. What do you take for him? I'm going on a long trip. I need a beast like him.
Well, I never thought much of selling this Cannon, but he does keep reminding me of my dead brother, and it ain't good to be kept in sorrow. I tell you what, $20 and he's yours.
$20? You must be out of your head. No dog's worth that much.
This one is. $20, that's my final price.
All right. All right, I may be a fool, but you've just sold a dog. 2 weeks later, the boats were ready. With 7 soldiers, a river pilot, 3 young men engaged on a trial basis, and Scannon, I started down the Ohio. The trip downriver was difficult at first. Several times we had to have the heavily laden boats pulled over shoals by oxen. The local settlers charged exorbitantly for such services. But as the river grew wider and deeper, the trip became easier. We stopped at Fort Massac, where I was fortunate enough to meet George Drouillard. He was known to be an experienced man among the Indians, a good woodsman and boatman, a crack shot. I engaged him as an interpreter since he didn't particularly want to enlist as a soldier. And then we took to the boats again. Good weather made it a relatively easy trip to Louisville, where I was to meet Billy Clark. Easy with the pole. Bring her in gently. Easy. Line. Tie her tight. Billy? Hey, Billy!
Meriwether, you're sure looking fine. You put on a few pounds at the president's table, didn't you?
I guess I did at that. It's good to see you.
And to see you. Say, where did you ever find a dog like that? He's a monster.
That's Scannon. I bought him in Pittsburgh. Scannon? Here, boy, here. Say hello to Captain Clark, Scannon.
He sure is big. I'm glad he's on our side.
Excuse me, Captain Clark. General George and Mr. Jonathan wanted you to be sure to bring Captain Lewis home for dinner.
Did I hear the word dinner?
You sure did.
I accept. George Drouillard can take charge for me here.
Oh, excuse me, York. Meet Captain Lewis, my old friend. Meriwether, this is my man, York. I'm taking him along.
It's a pleasure, York.
I'm honored, sir.
I told York he'd be treated like the others as long as he pulled his own weight.
With those muscles, you shouldn't have any trouble pulling twice your weight, York. But all joking aside, as a man, you're on the same level as every one of us in the Corps of Discovery.
Thank you, sir.
We had dinner that night with my brothers, General George and Jonathan. And the next morning, we left for St. Louis. The boatmen were expert, and in what seemed like no time at all, we had angled into the Mississippi. We headed north. Several days later, we stopped along the eastern bank of the river opposite St. Louis, where we would set up our winter camp.
Billy handled the training of the men and ran the base camp, which left me free to range up and down the river and the surrounding countryside, gathering the last of the supplies, information, and what have you. I ran into some trouble with the local gentry who style themselves private agents for Indian tribes. These voracious middlemen were responsible for most of the delays we experienced that first winter, when we had to deal with the Indians of the Illinois Territory. At Fort Kaskaskia, I met more trouble in the shape of an obstinate commanding officer, Captain Bissell, whom I had encountered several times during my tenure as paymaster for the 1st Infantry.
All you want is for me to transfer my two best men, Sergeant John Ordway and Private Patrick Gass, to your unit. Why, Lewis? Why?
I told you once, Captain, Ordway is an experienced non-com. Gass is an expert carpenter and boat builder.
The answer is no.
But I'll be in boats for months. Suppose I need to make emergency repairs or build a new boat when I'm hundreds of miles from any base.
No, Lewis, my men stay here with me.
Do you mind telling me why?
I refuse to weaken the potential of my command to make it easier on you.
Since you won't cooperate, I have no recourse but to give you this letter.
All Army personnel, you are hereby ordered to honor any demand made upon you by Captain Meriwether Lewis. An order from him is to be considered an order from me. Signed, Thomas Jefferson.
How about that, Bissell? Is that authority enough for you? Having read Mr. Jefferson's letter, Captain Bissell gave in with much grumbling. I left Fort Kaskaskia with Ordway and Gass, going directly to our winter camp. The electrifying news had come that Napoleon had sold all of Louisiana, not just New Orleans, to the United States. Everybody was filled with an outsized excitement. Everybody but Billy Clark.
Great news, Meriwether. Great news.
According to Jefferson's concept, Louisiana includes all the rivers of the Mississippi-Missouri system clear to their headwaters. That's thousands of miles to the western mountains.
Yes.
What's wrong, Billy? You should be as happy as I am. You should be telling the men to leave off work to celebrate.
You can do that after we talk. Let's go to my tent where we can have a little privacy.
All right.
There we are. Go on in.
Now, what's this all about?
Read what our esteemed General Wilkinson has to say.
Dear Mr. Clark, due to the present strict organization of the Corps of Engineers, not only would be improper, but it is impossible to offer you a commission as a captain. I find that the highest appointment I can give you is that of a second lieutenant in the Corps of Artillerists. Your rank, however, will have no effect on compensation received for traveling with Captain Lewis's Corps of Discovery. Second lieutenant. Billy, I promised you a captain's commission, and Mr. Jefferson did, too. I'm sure he knows nothing about this.
It's all Wilkinson's doing. I feel sure of that.
Billy, there's no reason to talk about the letter to anyone else. As far as I'm concerned, the only difference between us is that I'm a captain 1st United States Infantry, and you're a captain 1st Corps of Discovery.
Being a second lieutenant on paper didn't bother me too much once I had time to get used to it. I was a captain according to everyone but Wilkinson. At 4 p.m. on May 13th, 1804, we left camp and started upriver. We had one large 55-foot keel boat and two 50-foot canoes, one white, one red. All three were packed with 44 men and more than 12,000 pounds of supplies. On shore, moving parallel to us, was our hunting detail, George Rouillard and 2 men. Captain Lewis would meet us at the river town of St. Charles. At the moment, he was in St. Louis at the laboratory of Dr. Antoine Saugrin, picking up small but important items for us.
3 thermometers, Captain Lewis. As far as I know, the only handmade ones in all of Louisiana.
Mr. Jefferson expects us to record temperatures all the way.
As a scientific expedition must. When you next see His Excellency, you may tell him your thermometers were made from mercury scraped from the back of an antique Parisian mirror belonging to Madame Saugrin, and the glass from that same mirror melted down and reshaped. Also tell him Madame Saugrin did not speak to me for 2 weeks.
2 weeks? But I asked you to make the thermometers only a week ago.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm anticipating the future. I calculate that my wife will remain silent another week. 2 weeks in all, huh? Then she will explode in a tirade, and I will wish again for sweet silence. Look at the matches, my friend. Take one. Scratch it briskly on the top of this stove, huh?
Why, it lights immediately.
Oui. I call it a friction match. Each splinter I dipped first in sulfur and then in phosphorus. Keep them dry at all costs.
1,000 thanks for what you've done and for your ingenuity. I'm sorry Mrs. Saugrin is upset.
Oh, she'll recover.
When I see the president again, I'll tell him he owes your wife an antique French mirror. I met the expedition at St. Charles and was in time for a special visit to Farm Osage, the settlement founded by the aging Daniel Boone.
So you're moving up the Missouri and across the divide to the Pacific.
Where did you hear that, sir?
I hope you haven't mentioned that theory to anyone else, Mr. Boone.
I don't think you fooled the smart ones. Nobody gets together a fine expedition like this just to travel up the Mississippi. I wish I could go along.
We'll make a place for you if you're serious.
I wish it could be, but I'm 69. No, this is your high tide. Mine was years ago back in Kentucky. Oh, one thing. They've warned you about the Indians?
We hear the Teton Sioux can be quarrelsome.
Quarrelsome? If you underrate them to that extent, come next month and your scalp will be hanging from some Sioux lodgepole, drying.
It's that bad.
Along with the Arikaras, the Teton Sioux make up a colony of river pirates. According to how they feel, they might let you pass with only the payment of half your goods. Or they might take your goods and send you back. Or they might take your goods and kill you all.
What do you advise, Mr. Boone?
Be men. Do what you must. Pay, parley, or fight. But never stop being men.
What old Daniel Boone told us made us realize we were facing a huge task. The Teton Sioux up toward the Dakota country were only one of our obstacles if a man took the long view. But our goal was the Pacific, and it was time we got started. I gave the high sign to Billy Clark.
All right, you men, push off. We've got miles and miles to make before sundown.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 1, Mr. Jefferson's Dream, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Don Randolph, Cliff Holland, Stan Farrar, Ben Wright, Les Tremaine, Tyler McVeigh, Bill Irwin, and Dal McKinnon. Our story was written by Carley and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. the American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Sergeant Pryor, look. Boats are coming down the river.
It's Captain Lewis. Captain Clark! Captain Clark!
I see the big white boat, but where is the big red one?
They found it in bad shape and left it behind, I guess.
What is it, Pryor?
Look upriver, sir. It's Captain Lewis.
Mighty fine sight, isn't it?
Sure is, sir.
High time after us waiting so long. Let's give them a salute.
Yes, sir.
Attention! Get your rifles! Load up fast!
Come on, you men. Make it fast now. Fire when ready.
I do not see Captain Lewis in the big white boat.
Neither do I. Boardways in this place.
Drouillard's in the boat, and Cruzat is steering, and I see the big dog Scanlon.
Not a sign of Captain Lewis. Anybody see him in those far canoes?
No, sir. Something sure is wrong.
Perhaps he's sick and must lie in the bottom of the big white boat.
Captain, I don't think he's with them at all.
We'll find out in a few minutes.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to the concluding chapter, Down the Missouri to St. Louis. August 12, 1806. William Clark and his party had descended the Missouri River at a leisurely pace, hoping Lewis would catch up with them. Now, not far from the Mandan Indian villages and slightly north and west of what is now the city of Bismarck, North Dakota, the long-anticipated reunion took place. Once again, the Corps of Discovery was together, a lean, tough, bearded lot of heroes bound for home and immortality.
The thought that Meriwether Lewis might be dead had crossed my mind. Instantly, I rejected it as I hurried toward the boat. It couldn't happen, I told myself, with the hardest and most dangerous part of our journey completed. But the ugly thought persisted. Certainly, Meriwether Lewis was nowhere to be seen as Ordway and Gass brought the boats in. Sergeant Gass, where's Captain Lewis?
Here, sir. Lying on the bottom of the boat. Here, Billy. You'll have to come to me. I'm too stiff to move.
Meriwether, what happened? Fight with the Blackfeet?
We had one, but I got this yesterday. Cruzat and I were hunting. He mistook me for an elk.
He shot you?
Accidentally, but it's not serious.
I dressed the wound this morning, sir.
Just the same, I'd better have a look.
All right, you men. Why are you standing around? Captain Lewis had himself an accident, but he's going to be up and around in a few days. So let's get busy. Unload those boats. Come on, unload them.
I removed the bandages, exposing an ugly but fortunately superficial wound, provided we kept it clean and away from infection. The pain of removing bandages was considerable for Meriwether. He clenched his teeth against it. Then he tried to make light of it.
Tell me, Billy, do I look anything like an elk?
Some, maybe, between the eyes.
Oh.
With a grimace instead of a smile on his face, he slipped into unconsciousness. I went ahead with the cleaning and dressing of the wound, and soon Meriwether regained consciousness.
Oh, feels better, I guess. Billy, I think the worst is over for us all. We're less than 2,000 miles from home and every mile downriver.
A couple of days ago, we met a pair of trappers named Dixon and Hancock. Teton Sioux had robbed them blind. I gave them rifles and ammunition.
We met them, too, right after my accident. They asked about the country upriver.
They told me the Arikara and the Sioux didn't keep the peace. Hancock thinks the Sioux burned Fort Mandan.
Looks like we'll have some tall talking to do. Those people have got to stop fighting each other. What's that?
Gas? Gas, what is it? Hancock and Dixon. They're going to join up with us by the look of it.
Gas was right. The two trappers asked to accompany us as far as the Mandan villages. If it were acceptable to the Mandans, they would trap in that area. We agreed to take them with us. By the time we reached the Mandans on August 21st, I was feeling considerably better. I could move around provided I didn't walk too far or too fast. We were cordially welcomed by Chief Black Cat and another dignitary who had been absent during our first visit, Chief Shihiki, a good-looking man with prematurely white hair. At a big council, we smoked and then discussed the fact that war was blighting the lives of the plains people.
Mandan no want fight. Mandan keep peace. Rikara break truce.
Rikara? I thought it was the Teton.
Yes, Teton Sioux.
Which one, Shihiki? Rikara or Teton?
Both. First Teton say to Rikara, you go kill Mandan, or we kill you. Rikara fear Teton. Rikara kill 8 of our young men.
That was the start of it, huh?
Yes, yes.
We make talk with Rikara. We warn them. Our great president, Thomas Jefferson, will not let traitors come to them if they make war.
Shihiki, if one of your chiefs could come with us to Washington City, meet our president...
No. Mandan always stay in own land. Mandan leave, Mandan never come back. Never see his own people again.
All right, Shihiki, but a personal meeting could do much good for you and your people.
I want only peace for my people. I want my young men to live. You punish Rikara and Sioux.
We will speak to them. Tell them our people do not trade with murderers.
That is good. We speak more later. Now is time for feasting.
After the feast, Billy went through the village to make sure our men weren't too diligent in renewing old friendships with the Mandans, who were very fond of them. In front of a campfire, my partially healed thigh turned toward the warmth of it. I spoke with Sacagawea and Charbonneau, telling them of something Billy had in mind, among others.
You say Shihiki fears to see the president?
That's right.
You wish him to go, Captain?
It would be good for all concerned.
Yeah? Huh? I will speak to him.
Toussaint live long with the Mandan. He will make Shihiki see the right way.
Good. Now, if you both remember, this is where we met about 2 years ago. Fort Mandan to Fort Mandan. The United States Army owes you $500.
Yes, sir. We signed on here. Huh?
Both Captain Clark and I would like you to stay with us. Come on to St. Louis.
Oh, the city is so large. We would be lost.
This is our home.
Captain Clark says he'd get you a good job, Charbonneau. And he's fond of little Pompey.
Little Baptiste.
And you, Janie. We're both fond of you. Captain Clark would like to give Baptiste an education. All the way through college.
What do you think, Toussaint?
I do not know. It's a difficult question to answer.
I can tell you one thing. The future won't be bad for you, but it could be for Baptiste.
What do you mean, bad for Baptiste?
He's half Indian, or all Indian if he stays here. White men are coming west. Nothing in this world can stop them. They will take from the Indians lands, goods, everything.
Yeah, but then what was all the talk you and Captain Clark made to the Western tribes? The talk of trade, talk of peace. And what kind of talk was it?
Hope, Charbonneau. Hope that some of the people who come out here can control the others. Hope that they'll act right because they're proud of their country and our president.
I see. There is always the good, the bad.
And sometimes the bad wins. Sometimes it happens as it did to the Indians east of the Mississippi.
young Baptiste will face that?
He'll have a chance to fight it if he's an educated man.
Oh, he is yet a baby.
19 months.
You wish him educated, Toussaint?
I wish him to be as Captain Louis says.
Then we will bring him to St. Louis when he is old enough.
Good. Captain Clark will be happy to know that. You know, he loves Pompey as his own.
With learning, Baptiste would help his people in the days ahead.
Charbonneau went to Shihiki and began what turned out to be a series of conversations about visiting Washington. Then John Coulter, one of our best men, came to speak to Billy Clark and me.
What's this all about, Coulter?
Well, sir, if it's all the same to you and Captain Lewis, I'd like to be discharged from the Army right here.
What?
Say that again.
I'd like to be discharged here, sir.
Why? You signed on St. Louis to St. Louis.
I've liked this trip, sir, and I don't want to go back. Be nothing but lonely in St. Louis. Them trappers, Hancock and Dixon, they say the three of us can make a fortune fur trapping. Well, I'd like to try.
What kind of deal, Johnny? Are you a hired hand or a partner?
I get a third share, sir.
You make sure of that.
Yes, sir. And I can be paid off here,
I
too?
didn't say that.
There could be trouble, Johnny.
I don't see why.
Well, suppose we pay you off. Suppose somebody else wants off down the river a piece. And somebody else. We'll have to let him go because we let you. Captain Lewis and I end up with not enough men to row the boats into St. Louis.
You got a point there, Johnny.
Yes, sir. I was just asking, that's all.
I'll tell you what we'll do. If you approve Meriwether, we'll put it to the men.
Good idea. Gas. Sergeant Gas, assemble the men.
Yes, sir. All right, you men. Captains want to talk to you.
In a few minutes, all the corps had gathered about. Most of them were grave as if they were expecting some sort of crisis.
All right, settle down, man. Let's have it quiet.
First, no big problem has come up, so you can relax. Now, you probably heard Charbonneau and Sacagawea are leaving us here, where they signed on. That's regular. Now, Johnny Coulter wants a favor. He wants to be paid off here, too, so he can go fur trapping. The trouble is he signed on St. Louis to St. Louis. Think about that a minute.
Captain Lewis and I are inclined to let Johnny have his wish, provided nobody else asks to be discharged short of St. Louis.
We can't go home without a reasonable complement of men. Is that clear?
Yeah.
All right, now we want you to decide. Does Johnny say goodbye here or not?
Well, for one, I want to go home, and St. Louis is home.
Let's put it to a vote. All in favor of Johnny Coulter getting paid off here, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. Well, that's about it. The ayes have it.
We paid off Coulter and let him go. Thus, he'd make a fortune in fur trapping. I went down to the river to watch Gass, Bratton, and Shields make minor repairs to the big white pirogue when Charbonneau reported to me.
Captain Louis.
Yes, Charbonneau.
Chief Shihiki says he will make the trip to Washington City.
Great news. Great. How did you do it?
I convinced him it was his duty to his people. I said Monsieur Jefferson would always give preference to people he had met and liked.
I don't know about that last.
It doesn't matter, Captain. The point is, leave soon before he changes his mind. He's torn between duty to his people and going against his religion. The great spirit of the Mandans condemns people who forsake the land of their birth.
So we'll leave tomorrow. I want you to know that you've been a great help, and we appreciate it. Billy Clark and I spoke to Shihiki that evening, praising him for his wise decision, stressing that now his people would have personal contact with our great president.
Weiser! Collins! That'll ride better up here. Captain, we're about loaded. We can shove off any time you give the word.
Au revoir, Captain.
Good luck.
Tell Captain Clark we will bring little Baptiste in a few years.
Take good care of him.
You men in the boat, move! Hi, move!
The boat is ready for you, Shihiki.
Yes, Captain. We go.
Ready, Billy?
Ready to cast off. On the St. Louis Cruzette, steer me home.
Downriver, we ran into rain and big waves. But we were good at the river game by now, and we had an expert on the boat, Pierre Cruzette. He was still abnormally quiet, brooding over what he had accidentally done to Meriwether, but this in no way impaired his efficiency at the tiller. We held on, running with the storm, when others might have put him to shore. I looked at Shihiki, now sitting near me. Suddenly it struck me that here was a man of great courage. Because he didn't hide his emotions as the white man did, you could see this courage fighting his fear and gradually winning out. After a moment, he spoke of a couple of wandering French traders we had met at our last stop.
It is true what they said, Captain.
Then you heard?
Yes. A Ricara chief went 2 years ago to Washington City with Dorian and the Yankton. He died.
It's true. But he died of natural causes.
You will tell the Ricaras?
I don't know yet.
They will blame the white man.
Do you?
No. All men must die.
Inevitably, we reached the Ricara villages and were welcomed with a flattering friendliness. We spoke firmly to them about keeping the peace, and they assured us that they were not warlike. Whoever said they were was making medicine against them. Then we moved on downriver.
They didn't know about their chief dying. I thought it was best not to say anything.
You were right.
They won't keep the peace. Not so long as they're content to echo the policies of the Teton Sioux.
I say treat the Tetons rough. Show disapproval. Let them know there'll be no more trading till they straighten out.
The following day, we continued our trip through the country of the Teton Sioux. From cliffs along the river, warriors made threatening gestures and screamed insults. But significantly, not a one notched an arrow or pulled a trigger. Our triumph came as we were leaving their country. One of their chiefs, Black Buffalo, rushed to the edge of the river, rifle in hand.
Captain, look at him.
Ignore him, Gas.
He's putting his rifle to the ground. Once, twice, 3 times.
That's the no-war plate. I know what's going on in his mind. He's afraid we'll warn traders away.
On the 2nd of September, not far beyond the mouth of the Vermilion River, we saw a camp on the riverbank. There were a number of men, 2 large boats, and a hospitable fire. We laid into shore and were welcomed by a personable Scotch trader named James Aird, and a well-equipped party heading upstream to trade with the Sioux, of all people.
I can hardly believe it. Oh, Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, a healthy group of men. But you're all supposed to be dead. Everybody east of St. Louis says so.
Well, looks like they're due for a surprise.
Sandy, see that every man among our guests gets his fill of food. But sit down here, my friend. I'm sorry I've got no whiskey to offer.
Well, we won't miss it, Mr. Aird. We ran out of it over a year ago.
Not too bad, because it isn't every day that a man can drink to return from the dead. Well, let me say, I'm delighted you're here.
If I had a glass in my hand, I'd drink to a prosperous trip for you.
Hey, we're going upriver to trade with the Sioux.
The Yanktons, yes, but keep away from the Tetons if you want to stay alive.
Was that bad?
Afraid so. Mr. Aird, we've been away for almost 2.5 years. What's going on at home?
Hey, well, let me see. Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in the duel.
Killed?
Hey, that's right.
I'm not surprised. They hated each other.
There ought to be a law against men in the public eye dueling. It's such a bad example for the people.
A year ago, Zebulon Pike took an expedition to the headwaters of the Mississippi.
Good old Zeb.
Hey, and there was an impeachment.
Not President Jefferson.
Oh, no. Associate Justice Chase of the Supreme Court. He was acquitted. Relations are strained with England.
Well, they were when we left.
Anyhow, a British ship fired an American frigate off Sandy Hook. Killed one of our sailors.
What ship?
His Majesty's ship Leander and United States ship Richard. Generally speaking, people are pleased with Jefferson. Experts say the Federalist Party will never come back. And since General Wilkinson's been in charge at New Orleans, there's talk flying around about war with Spain. Well, now let's hear about your trip.
Well, we made it all the way to the Pacific.
It was a pleasant and informative evening for us all. We slept much later than our customary dawn awakening, and we didn't make our farewells and push out into the river until mid-morning. Several days later, we came to that place of melancholy memory, the height overlooking the river where we had buried Sergeant Charles Floyd. We left the boats and gathered about the grave.
1804. Over 2 years ago.
At the time, I thought he was only the first.
Yes. Who'd have ever guessed he would be the only one we'd lose? I figured he was lucky that some of us would die violently.
He was a good man. A good sergeant.
At least he's lying in a peaceful spot.
Let's go.
Now a kind of homecoming fever seemed to take hold of the men. They talked of St. Louis, people they knew and hadn't seen, families, women, what they were going to do with their pay. Dozens of things that all connected with home. They didn't mind long hours at the oars, and they didn't want to spend time hunting and cooking and eating. Not if a skimpier diet would get them home sooner. Then on September 12th, we met our old friend Pierre Dorion heading upriver with a party. Pierre caught our men at a peak of weariness, and he had plenty of the first whiskey they had seen in some time. They agreed to stop long enough to eat and drink and celebrate with him.
Oh, my friends, such a pleasure to see you again. God, Squire, Couillard, Dogway, all of you. There is food enough to feed a regiment. There is whiskey enough to float you the rest of the way to St. Louis. Help yourself.
Pierre, you're looking fine.
Thank you. That's all right. And I've got him from this eastern sun on the water.
Oh, the monster, he remembers me. Oh, Shannon, old boy, you made it, huh? You stayed out of the Indian cook pot, huh?
Remember 2 years ago, you took the Arikara and the Yankton back to Washington.
Oui? And now I am on another errand for Monsieur Jefferson. I have a load of muskets for the Arikara to help say that we are all sorry that their chief died in Washington. I am a pacifier.
Mighty sad the chief had to die. I hope our man Shihiki has better luck.
Where is he?
A little distant tonight. He wanted to make his bed in our white pirogue.
It sounds funny. The rest of my little errand... President Jefferson wanted reliable reports on how you died.
Like Erd said, everybody thinks we're dead.
Well, I never did, no. Not the little brother of George Rogers Clark.
I don't think we were dead.
Well, who knows? Except the frontier experts call it a suicide mission. Anyhow, there were two rumors. First, the Blackfeet killed you all.
Not so far wrong. We did have a little set to.
And second, the Spanish capture you and send you into slavery into the Mexican silver mine.
You hear that, Pierre? We'll have a drink on that.
Well, of course. But why?
A month ago, Cruzat put a bullet in me by accident while we were hunting.
Oh.
He brooded over it. This is the first time he's touched that fiddle since it happened.
Cruzat, he'll do. Let's drink to that.
Nobody can ever say that Pierre Dorion wasn't invited to our homecoming, even if it is a little early.
Three cheers for the Lewis and Clark expedition!
Joy was the only word to describe our feelings. As Dorion had said, essentially we had been a suicide mission in the beginning. But we'd made a success of it, as all of those who marked as dead would soon find out. And each of us felt a pardonable pride in himself and the other. 2 weeks later, we approached the pretty little village of St. Charles. And a few miles beyond, we could see the outskirts of St. Louis.
Look at it. Look at it.
It sure is pretty.
Men, I don't want to make any speeches. I just want to say that in a few days, we'll be individuals going about our individual activities. Right now, and for a little while longer, we're the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery. We did something together that nobody ever did before.
And I'm proud of you all. Now let's load up our rifles and the swivel guns. We're going to fire a salute that'll open every door in town and bring everybody running down to the river. Everybody ready, Gas?
Ready, sir.
Ready? Fire! In a few days, the big, loud welcome home parties in St. Charles and St. Louis were over. The men were paid off. As Billy predicted, they began to go about their private activities, but never again in anonymity. Always, each man would recall the time we'd been together, united in common cause and common endeavor.
Find the place where the great river of the West reached the South Sea, or where the Missouri led. These were the goals of Cartier, Hudson, Champlain, Nicolet, Duluth, and LaSalle. But it remained for Lewis and Clark to cross the American continent to the waters of the Pacific. In their westerly journey, they filled out the map, substituting knowledge for dreams. They brought home the first authentic anthropological, botanical, and biological reports about this fabulous land. They met with the Indians with intelligence, respect, and humanity. Today, 10 stars on our flag represent the states their extensive trail crossed. Because of them, the West is American. As the historian John Bakeliff puts it, today, white, red, half-breed, and Negro, they lie under the flag with the new stars they added, scattered over the land they served, the land they explored. Lewis, under his broken column in Tennessee, still solitary in the wild woods he loved. Clark, on the knoll at Bellefontaine. Charbonneau, God knows where, on the lonely prairie. And Sacagawea and her child, still among the tribes. You have been listening to the concluding episode of Horizons West, the story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Down the Missouri to St. Louis starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Bill Quinn, Jack Crucian, Frank Gerstle, Gary Collins, Richard Peel, and Don Messick. Our story was written by Carley and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Watch that sail, Cruzat. You'll upset us in this wind.
You wish to handle the boat, Charbonneau.
No, but I want you to stop taking chances. My wife and my baby are aboard, and I cannot swim.
Stop worrying, Charbonneau. Cruzat is playing that sail as expertly as he does his violin. He'll get us extra miles today.
Less hauling and pulling when the wind dies away, Charbonneau. Who's that? Want to play the fiddle tonight?
Oh, that's just true. Captain Lewis wins up.
I'll make you a bargain. Get us 25 miles and you can play, the men can dance, and I'll order a dram issued to each man. Scanner, quiet.
What's that antelope, sir?
Antelope?
There, in the river.
A good fat buck, sir. Can I send the dog after him?
You would kill the captain's dog, Windsor.
Don't worry about Scannon, Charbonneau. You pulled an antelope out of the river once before you joined the expedition. All right, Scannon, go get him.
I don't know about you, Captain, but I'm tired of buffalo meat every night for supper. Will you look at that dog swim?
Suppose the current sweeps him downstream to the opposite shore.
That's Scannon. He'll come back to the boat. If he doesn't, we'll go help him.
Look, he's got that antelope.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 4, Into the Unknown. April 26, 1805. It was 3 weeks since the Corps of Discovery left their winter quarters near the Mandan villages in what is now the state of North Dakota. Favorable winds had brought them over 300 miles up the Missouri into more unsettled country, unexplored by the white man.
That night we made camp opposite the mouth of a river which poured swiftly into the Missouri. Billy Clark identified it as the Yellowstone from descriptions given us by the Mandan Indians. Along with the buffalo meat provided by George Dreyar's rifle, we had antelope for supper provided by Scannon, who lay by the fire.
Yeah, Scannon.
You sure you wanted to have that, George?
He earned it, Captain Lewis. No longer am I, George Dreyar, the best hunter in this corps. Oh, by the way, from now on, it will be wise to keep the dog close to you, sir. We are in grizzly bear country. Scannon might make the mistake of going after one of them.
He might. Right now, he's not afraid of anything.
Excuse me, Captain Lewis, but Cruzat says we came 30 miles today.
28, by my reckoning.
28? Thank you, sir. Anyhow, Cruzat wants to know if we should get out his fiddle.
28's more than 25, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Tell Sergeant Ordway to issue a drink to each man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're letting them dance tonight?
They need fun and relaxation. The minute the wind stops, they'll be pulling the boats upriver, and they won't have enough energy left to dance.
You're right, Meriwether. George, the Indians say grizzlies are the most dangerous of all animals. The Mandans go in bands to hunt them. Riflemen should do the same. A grizzly can keep charging even with a dozen shots in his body. Only a ball to the brain stops him dead.
I suppose we'll have to go after a few of them in the interest of science. We'll need some specimens for Mr. Jefferson, at least the bones and the skin.
The grizzly I saw this morning was at least 8 feet tall, and I guess his weight is about 1,000 pounds.
Excuse me, Captain Lewis, but I brought a dram for George Dreyar.
Thank you, Windsor. Thank you. Where's mine? Where's Captain Lewis?
But Captain Lewis said issue whiskey to the men.
Officers aren't men?
Well, yes, sir. I mean, no.
You know, Windsor, officers can be human. Bring us some, too.
Yes, sir.
I hope they're having a good time.
You can tell that by looking at them. Really, it's kind of miraculous the way they can forget both past and future ordeals for the joys of the moment. The next day was without wind, but the current thrust at the boats with undiminished power. Billy Clark ordered men on the oars and the poles, and stout lines, some of rope and some of elkskin, were run from the prows of the boats to the shore, where men strained on them to pull the boats upstream.
All right, men, put your backs into it.
Because we all shared the work equally, I put my back into it, too.
Watch it, Captain Lewis. Prickly pear up ahead.
I know, Windsor.
All right, heave! Heave! Oh! Backs into it there, backs into it. Heave!
I went through the prickly pear because it was the only path a man could follow and still keep the power of his legs and back into the tow rope. I felt the thorns jabbing through my tough buffalo hide moccasins, and I almost indulged myself in the luxury of crying out in pain. Instead, I arched my muscles against the rope across my shoulders, and within a couple of hours I had forgotten the pain in my feet in favor of the pain in my lungs.
All right, men, tie the boat. Take yourselves a rest.
Windsor and I tied our boat and then flopped to the ground. Immediately, he got out his knife and began digging the thorns from his feet.
12 of them, Captain. Well, I sure hope the next stretch is muddy.
Yes, I got you beat by 5, Windsor.
17? You better hope it's muddy, sir.
The following day, I stayed on shore to verify certain geographical features described by the Mandan. Noting signs of bear, I armed myself with rifle, knife, and my esponsu, a short spear hatchet issued to all infantry officers. I followed the Missouri to where a small stream tumbled into the main river from the north. Inland a few miles, it would be broken by rapids. If it was the stream the Mandans had named the Medicine River. I came across a buffalo cow. Not knowing how far away the rapids were, I decided to provide myself with food. It was a good clean shot which dropped the beast in her tracks, and I moved toward a potential lunch, supper, and breakfast. Then I heard the grizzly in turn. The sound of my rifle had angered the huge creature, and he was lumbering toward me. I swung my rifle upward, only to remember that I had fired it and had not reloaded. I ran as fast as I could through the... The bear was about to run me down. I angled toward the rapids, death of a different kind if I should plunge into them. In desperation, I dropped my empty rifle and presented the oncoming monster with the lethal end of my esponsu. For some unaccountable reason, or perhaps it was the intervention of God, the grizzly stopped, looked at me, turned, and ran away. I reloaded my rifle and moved on upriver. Once more, I sensed something stalking and caught a backward glimpse of a large panther-like animal. I shot him dead, and then came upon a vast area taken over entirely by prickly pear. I had verified the river, I told myself. No use tearing my feet apart. I started back toward the main park. It was very late at night when I reached the sleeping camp, toting buffalo meat for myself and whoever else might want some for breakfast.
Who goes there?
Lewis, Meriwether Lewis.
Come on in.
Buffalo meat.
You look worn out.
I am. I verified the Medicine River and was attacked by a grizzly.
You got him, obviously, or you wouldn't be here.
He caught me with an unloaded rifle, but he changed his mind and ran away. After cornering me, too. I think perhaps the Almighty stepped in on my side.
Meriwether, you are a lucky man.
I know.
Had supper?
No.
Well, let me fry you one of those buffalo steaks.
You know, Billy, I think I'd rather fight 2 Indians any day than 1 grizzly.
I know I would. Big ones, anyway.
I guess they all are when they're after you.
Before I put on the meat, how about a dram?
I could use one.
Well, I'll have one with you.
I tossed a few sticks on the fire and watched the flames twist and dart and grow as they seized on the wood. As I do occasionally, I blessed the unknown human who first stumbled upon the secret of making fire millenniums and millenniums ago. Fire and the wheel, the two prime discoveries of man.
2 thimbles in a bottle. Pour, Meriwether.
With pleasure. Billy, fire or the wheel, which is the greater discovery?
Neither. Whiskey. Here's to your kind-hearted grizzly bear.
With one swipe of a paw, he could have eliminated me. Here's to the paw he didn't raise.
The hardest animal in the world to kill, and you with an unloaded rifle.
Even if it had been loaded, I'd have had to hit him in the eye to drop him with a single shot.
George Juilliard did it once.
No, I thought of that on the way in. I realize now what a tremendous feat that was.
Master hunter.
I came to another conclusion about the grizzly. The thing that makes him so dangerous isn't just his physical ability, it's his unpredictable nature.
You mean his intelligence?
Yes. You have to be intelligent to be unpredictable. I suppose he turned away because he didn't like my human smell.
It all points up one great need for men like us, men who go wandering out in the wilderness.
What's that, Billy?
A third or fourth great discovery or invention. A dependable, practical, repeating rifle.
For days, adverse weather conditions continued, and we were forced to use the tow ropes constantly. Every man in the Corps limped about on sore and lacerated feet. Then, on May 14th, we were awakened by a breeze caressing our faces.
Feel that, Meriwether?
Praying it turns into a wind.
Come on, everybody. Everybody up. On your feet. All right. Let's go.
By the time we pushed off from the shore, the breeze had quickened. Our sails filled, and we scudded along upriver.
Any suggestions about playing sail, Charbonneau? Mon Dieu, Cruzat. Surely you can increase our pace. Surely you can extract more from so brisk a wind.
The wind held. By noon, we were sure it would hold the rest of the day and maybe longer. And Billy and I broke a rule which we had followed until this moment. We both went ashore at the same time to catch up on the botanizing.
That's a fine day. I'll have no trouble with the boats.
With this wind, we'll have to walk a good 10 miles to catch up to their evening camp.
Hey, Meriwether, look. I've never seen a grass like this. If it is a true grass.
Chief leaves. I'd say it is family Graminia, all right, but this particular variety is new to me, too. We better take a few specimens. Billy, it's a big white boat. They're in trouble.
What's Charbonneau doing at the tiller?
Into the wind, Charbonneau, into the wind!
He can't hear you.
We both continued to yell and ran down to the edge of the water, although those in the boat were too far away to pay us any heed. It was a frightening sight. Charbonneau made no move to control the helm, and the boat, at the mercy of the wind, capsized.
Most of our medicines are in that boat.
Then a fortunate gust of wind righted the large canoe, and Cruzat, pointing what certainly must have been a wet pistol at Charbonneau, made him take the tiller and obey instructions.
Look at Sacagawea.
Calmly, the Shoshone woman held her baby in the crook of one arm and used her hands to scoop up and save articles which threatened to drift away from the partially flooded boat. While the men bailed, Cruzat browbeat Charbonneau into beaching the craft. We ran down to the boat in time to keep Cruzat from attacking Charbonneau.
Yellow dog, I will break your head wide open.
Stop it.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Captain, but you're right.
You men, Fields, Lafarge, Shields, McNeil, unload the boat. Put out the gear to dry.
When's the start of fire?
Yes, sir.
Cruzat, I want to know what happened.
Well, sir, I was in charge of the boat. I supposed either you or Captain Clark told Charbonneau to take the helm.
Rouillard had it all morning, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I assigned you to your post, Rouillard. Why didn't you resume it after the noon meal?
Well, Charbonneau act like he belonged there. He say it was his turn at the tiller.
After this, nobody assume anything without verifying it. Is that clear?
Yes, Captain.
Yes, sir. Charbonneau, did I say anything that gave you the idea I wanted you with that tiller?
No, sir.
Then why did you do it?
Well, sir, boats fascinate me. I want to be in them. I want to steer them. I'll be all right except for a fear of the water.
If you ever touch the sail or the tiller of a boat again without orders, I'll have you shot.
The wind increased, but of course we were compelled to spend the afternoon drying the contents of the boat instead of sailing briskly upriver. Luckily, we lost only a few items, all medicine. And by night, we had repacked everything and covered it against what proved to be a thunderstorm. We camped under a thick stand of trees. While fires were made and supper started, we were protected against sudden onslaughts of rain by the interlaced canopy of branches overhead. It had been a frustrating day, and the moment the evening meal was over, the men sought out their blankets. Feeling wakeful, wondering how much we would have to endure before reaching the Rocky Mountains, I took the first watch. The camp was heavily asleep. I remained under the biggest of the trees where Billy Clark, George Drouillard, Cruzat, and several others were sleeping. Scannon lay near me. Scannon, be quiet. I want to wake the whole camp. The dog pushed to his feet. He stared at me, the tree, then back at me, as if he were trying to tell me something. Now the men about me were beginning to get up. I'm first Scannon and then me.
What's wrong with that dog, Captain?
I think we'd better get clear of the tree. Fast.
All the way, George. You're not in the clear.
Yes, sir. We reached safety just in time as lightning struck the tree, which came crashing to the ground. The noise awakened the entire camp. For a moment, while the others rushed to surround us, we who were directly concerned were silent. Then Cruzat managed to speak.
Thank heaven we all got clear.
It was Scannon. He kept at us until we moved.
You mean that dog knew? Some dogs have a perception like a sixth sense.
From now on, Scannon gets the choice of the meat that I shoot.
The big dog stood there looking at us, his tongue lolling and his tail wagging. I showed him my approval by scratching his ears, and so did Billy. But the others just wanted to touch him, as if he was some sort of magic talisman.
Next morning, there was no rain, no wind. Back to the tow ropes again. Meriwether, hobbling on the sorest feet in the group, stayed ashore, moving slowly toward an upriver bluff he was determined to climb for a panoramic view of the area. Along about midday, when we had to stop to switch those of the oars with those of the tow ropes, we were near the foot of the bluff. Meriwether was on top of it, tottering a bit on his bandaged feet.
Below! Down below! Those who can, come on up!
Cruzat, Windsor, and I made the climb, and we weren't disappointed. Many, many miles to the west, we saw the shining, snow-capped crests of a rugged, youthful range of mountains.
Look at that. Those are the Western Mountains, huh?
Indians call them the Shining Mountains, or the Rockies.
Looking at them gives a man some hope. We are getting there.
I hope we don't have to pull the boats over them.
Wait, did you feel that? Is there a wind coming up?
Yes, I feel it too.
All right, come on, let's get back to the boats. Let's use that wind, get a few miles closer to those snowy monsters.
The evening of June 2nd, we reached a place where another river joined the Missouri, forming a sort of rough Y, with each fork approximately the size of the other.
Looks like a problem to me, Meriwether. We're to follow the Missouri, but which is the Missouri?
At this time of night, I don't know. Let's wait till morning.
It's going to be a hard decision, night or morning. Let's bolster morale by asking Charbonneau to cook supper.
Whatever weaknesses Charbonneau they had nothing to do with his culinary skills. Well-filled stomachs made us sleep easily, and we awoke to a morning which showed us our dilemma of the two rivers in bright sunshine.
Meriwether, both forks look about the same width. I judge they're about equal in volume of water. Either one could be the Missouri.
We need to do a little reconnoitering.
Most of the men are footsore and exhausted. We'll have to keep reconnaissance parties at minimum strength.
5 or 6 each.
If you agree, I'll explore the South Fork with York, Sergeant Gass, George Shannon, and the two Fields boys.
It's a fairly healthy group. I'll take Sergeant Pryor, Shields, Windsor, La Paz, Crozat, and Brouillard. Might be a good idea if Sergeant Ordway moves camp to the spit of land between rivers. The men can rest and make new markers.
Good. How far upstream do you want to go?
Let's figure a maximum of 4 days.
Well, that should tell us something definite.
We assembled our respective patrols, and a few minutes after Billy Clark had started along the South Fork, I led my 6 men along the banks of the North Fork. This river seemed to be flowing in almost a north-south direction, through open plains-type country.
It's the Missouri, Captain.
It looks like that.
Same old Missouri mud.
And the same old prickly pear along the opposite bank.
Then you all think it's the Missouri because the water's muddy.
But the bottom, too, it's earthy and soft.
If it is the Missouri, how do you account for the north-south direction? The way to the Pacific is west.
Sooner or later, it will turn west, sir.
I wish I could be as certain as you are. George, you and Sergeant Pryor better move on ahead and shoot us some dinner.
Yes, sir. What is your pleasure? Buffalo, elk, deer, bear, or waterfowl?
How about prairie dogs?
What, you mean that, sir?
You better get a few just in case there's nothing bigger available.
Yes, sir.
As it turned out, Pryor and Brouillard shot elk along with the prairie dogs, but fussy appetite or not, I found I preferred the latter. By the third day, I became convinced that the North Fork could not be part of our route to the Pacific. I know you all believe this river's the Missouri, but you're wrong.
Well, then what is it, Captain? The one that the Mandans talked about, the river that scolds all others?
No, we passed that one back 100 or so miles.
Captain Louis, I will swear this is the Missouri.
We'll take one last look. From the top of the cliff up ahead, if the river doesn't turn west, we're going back to camp. Pryor, you and Shields and Brouillard stay here and build a raft. We can save time by floating back to camp.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Windsor, let's go.
Yes, sir.
We started up a slope that was cliff-like in its steepness. Gasping, we reached the halfway point of the ascent, where the ground leveled off a bit. To the left of me was a deep chasm. When I felt myself going, I drove my pontoon into the side of the cliff and hung on. Slowly, I pulled myself back to safety, only to hear Windsor cry out.
Help, Captain! Help!
Windsor had slipped too. He was lying on his stomach with his right arm and leg clawing at the air. The moment the strength in his left arm waned, he would plunge to his death. I eyed him, pretending a confidence I certainly didn't feel.
Help me, Captain. I'm going to fall.
No, you're not. Do as I say and you'll get clear. Use your right hand to reach your knife. Right hand, I said.
All right. I got it.
Now, dig a toe hold for your right foot. That's it. Put your right foot in.
Yes, sir.
Now, shove upward to the left with both feet. Hard. Good. Rest a minute. Get your breath. And we'll find an easier way to the top.
Thank you, sir. I thought it was all over.
We made it to the top. Shading our eyes with our hands, we followed the progress of the river. It continued a winding course north with no significant turn to the west. Using a different descent, we returned to the river bank where the other four were grouped about a partially built makeshift raft, eyeing it dubiously.
He's no use, Captain. There just is not enough wood here to make a seaworthy raft.
On the way back to the main camp, a disagreeable trip because rain turned the earth into a particularly viscous mud beside the river. I spoke of the two rivers to the men. Each was convinced that this muddy North Fork was the Missouri. It's carrying a load of silt from the Canadian plains.
Silt from here, too, sir.
It could make its western turn beyond where we could see from that hill.
I stopped discussing the question because I knew that ultimately the decision would have to be mine and Billy Clark's. It was another command decision and a crucial one. An error in judgment, and we could be taken many hundreds of miles out of our way. And by the time we retraced our steps, it would be too late in the season to attempt the crossing of the Rocky Mountains. Cold, wet, and tired, we reached the main camp 2 days late. After a warm meal and a chance to dry out, I was ready to attack the problem of the two rivers.
Men, move in here so Captain Lewis and I can talk to you.
Yes, sir. About the rivers, Captain Clark?
That's right. I think we all know that a wrong decision could possibly cause the failure of the expedition. At the very best, it could delay our arrival on the Pacific coast a year. Charbonneau, did you discuss it with Sacagawea?
Yes, Captain. We spent much time talking. When she was stolen from her people 5 years ago by the Gros Ventre raiding party, they stayed away from the rivers where they might find other Indians. They rode swift horses overland, clear to the Dakota country.
She remembers no talk among her people about these two rivers.
No, but it is her opinion that the muddy one is the Missouri. For what it is worth, that is also my opinion.
The 6 men who went with me also agree with that.
Well, simply because the South Fork is clean and clear with a pebbled bed. That's not the Missouri they've struggled with the past year, but it does happen to be the Missouri of the mountains before taking on a burden of plains country silt. And it does head west.
None of us wants to make a mistake, sir. None of us wants to fail any more than you. Since I got back from the reconnaissance with Captain Lewis, I've talked to everyone. 29 of us are in favor of the North Fork. 30 if you count Sacagawea.
Well, you may be in favor of it, Windsor, but that doesn't matter. The decision has to come from Captain Lewis and me.
Some of you may know that I have a fiancée back in Virginia, Miss Mariah Wood. Very attractive young lady. I've just named the North Fork Mariah's River after her, so it can't be the Missouri.
I don't mean to say that your opinions don't count, because without you, there would be no Corps of Discovery. What I do mean is that Captain Lewis and I have to live with the results of the decision, good or bad.
That's one of the penalties of being an officer. We both want you to get as much rest as possible today. Tomorrow we move west, up the Missouri, the clear South Fork that leads to the mountains.
The men thought we were wrong, yet they were determined to follow us. This loyal group was a far cry from the half-disciplined Corps of Discovery that set out from St. Louis over a year ago. Suddenly, I felt like a giant. Because of the men, we would make it. We would stand on the Pacific shore, and we would make it back to report our discovery.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 4, Into the Unknown, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Sebastian Cabot, Don Diamond, Stephen Bell, and Dal McCannon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
York, come out of there. You'll have those Indians swarming all over the boat looking for you.
Captain Lewis, sir? Tell him I'm out hunting buffalo with Mr. George Drouillard. Tell him my master, Captain Clark, took me to the village to meet the big chief Black Cat.
Captain Clark is coming this way right now, and you met Black Cat yesterday.
But, sir, I don't want to go out there.
We're spending the winter with the Mandans, and you may as well get used to them. You ought to be glad they like you.
The winter, sir? I won't be able to stand it that long. All that flexing of muscle and lifting heavy men over my head to show how strong I am.
They want you, York.
Sir, I'm plumb tired out. Besides, I'm your servant, not theirs.
Go on. You know you love all that attention. Get out there and make them happy.
That's an order, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. But this time I'm only lifting little squaws.
He hasn't had this much fun in his whole life.
At least not since we left the Arikara village.
Speaking of Arikaras, where's Chief Kakawita?
Talking with Newman, I guess. He feels sorry for Newman. He told me Arikaras would never whip a man and take away his warrior status for the minor offense of talking back to a superior. I tried to explain that Newman had also denounced the expedition, the army, the entire nation. But Kakawita couldn't see how that increased the offense. He simply doesn't have the same conception of nationality that we do. How'd it go with Black Cat?
Oh, he'll hold a council for Kakawita. We may arrange peace between the Mandans and the Arikaras yet.
I hope so.
The only thing really bothers me, that agent of the British Northwest Trading Company, McCracken. He knows we know he's in the village, but he keeps on avoiding a meeting.
The land is ours. Sooner or later, he'll have to come to us.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 3, Dakota Winter. October 1804. The news that Lewis and Clark had outfaced and overawed the Teton Sioux preceded the expedition up the Missouri River, turning the belligerent Arikaras into genial hosts, and now the Mandans, who lived in the Dakota country, into stout advocates. Only the presence of the Britisher, Hugh McCracken, caused the two captains worry. Here was a man who might upset their plans, depending upon the extent of his dislike.
In the cleared area before the rows of rounded earthen huts, a fire was crackling, and the chiefs and warriors of the Mandans had assembled. Kakawita, our Arikara friend, was in the center along with Billy Clark. As I took my seat beside Black Cat, chief of the Mandans, I saw Hugh McCracken standing beside one of the lodges.
My people, listen. Men of courage and goodwill are among us. The white chieftains, Lewis and Clark, and their warriors of the United States. They will winter here. They will teach us their ways of peace through strength. They will bring us their traders to buy our furs and supply our needs. Now, hear the words of Captain Lewis.
We come among you with greetings from Thomas Jefferson, Big Chief of the 17 states of America. We bring you protection and prosperity, only as long as they are fair and honorable will the traders of France, of England, of Spain, of Canada be permitted to deal with you. For this, we ask only friendship and that you live in peace with the other tribes. We have talked to the Arikaras, and they want peace. With us is their chief, Kakawita, who wishes to speak to his Mandan brothers.
Let him be heard.
My brothers, I have made much talk with my people and great white chiefs. Wise men have made us see reasons why there has been trouble between Mandan and Arikara. Each time we have made war, it has been because of evil counsel of Teton Sioux, who grow strong while we bleed each other. Let us resist Sioux deceit. Let us have peace. Let us smoke together.
Those are fair words, Arikara. But what if this alliance is made and the Teton Sioux frown upon it? Will you do as you have done before and kill us because you fear the Sioux?
No! No! At last, our eyes are open. We will not fear the Sioux when we can come to you in friendship.
Hear me, people of the Mandans. Accept the word of your brother. We, captains of the United States, will guarantee this peace. If the Sioux attack, we will punish them.
My people, the great white captains have spoken. Pass the pipe. We will smoke.
During the next few days, we surveyed the area near the river, above and below the Mandan villages, for a suitable site for our winter quarters. And Billy Clark and I decided on a location which was heavily forested with cottonwoods.
Looks good to me, Meriwether. Plenty of trees for building. No cartage problem.
Remember how we built when we were serving under General Anthony Wayne?
Every building was a fort and could be defended.
And that's what we want here. Strong houses, a tall wall of pickets, sentry ramps, gun ports, visibility on all sides. We'll need 5 or 6 good-sized Hey, what's the matter with York?
Captain Clark. Captain Clark.
What is it, York? What is it?
Chief Blackcat says to tell you right away. The Englishman McCracken is leaving. He goes someplace on the Assiniboine River.
Back to Northwest Trading Company headquarters.
York, has McCracken actually left?
Not yet, sir. He's still packing.
I'm writing a letter to his superiors. I want you to put it into McCracken's hands before he leaves.
Yes, sir.
A letter, Meriwether?
A brief statement of intent. We bought this land from the French. We will defend it. November temperatures in this North Country were quite cold, down around the 0 mark, oftener than we liked. According to the Mandans, this was mild weather. It would get much, much colder. As cold as 40 to 50 degrees below 0. Despite this, morale among the men was high. They worked long, hard hours in a race against the weather, building a stout Fort Mandan, while Sergeant Gass and 10 others worked equally hard on the dugout canoes.
It is fine morning, Captain Lewis.
Kakawita, how are you?
I have been watching Sergeant Gass and his men. Making a big log into a boat is hard task. It asks much of the worker. He must be skilled, patient. He must always see a canoe before him, not a log.
Sergeant Gass has all those qualities.
So does your prisoner Newman, the disgraced warrior who will be sent downriver next spring when the ice has melted. He, too, has the fine qualities of the sergeant.
Newman was given a fair trial and found guilty by a court made up of his fellows. You want me to nullify that?
No, Captain. Merely observe him from time to time.
Cold November gave way to colder December. But this did not stop the Mandan young men, dressed only in breech clouds, from racing about on the ice, playing a brutal game called lacrosse. Meriwether went out on the ice with the lacrosse players, not for love of sport, but to learn enough to write about it in his carefully detailed cultural study of the Indians. He gathered much linguistic information about their speech, made up dictionaries to go with his summaries of various Aboriginal religions, customs, laws, and social behavior. We had accepted Robert Frazier of the temporary escort as a permanent member of the Corps to fill the vacancy created by the death of Charles Floyd. And we enlisted a young trader who stopped en route to St. Louis, Baptiste Lepage, to replace the disgraced John Newman. We still lacked a man to replace Moses Reed, the convicted deserter, when a heavy-set Frenchman of about 40 came to the stockade with his 2 wives and asked to speak to the commander.
What a thing I've seen, sir. Do you know one of your men is risking his life playing lacrosse with those savages?
Well, that's Captain Lewis, my co-commander. I'm Captain Clark. What can I do for you?
I am Charbonneau, Captain Clark. Toussaint Charbonneau. I have many, many years of experience in the wilderness, and I understand the geography of the Mississippi and the Missouri, and on the west to the divide.
Touched
I am an
with
excellent
a French
hunter.
inflection, the words poured out a statement of his qualifications for a job. I watched him and looked at the 2 shy Indian women who had entered a few steps behind him. They were obviously his wives. One tired, middle-aged, the other young and pretty. The young one was in the early months of pregnancy.
Louisiana, the Americans, where my great experience and many skills can be properly used.
Hello, Billy. Captain Lewis, this is Toussaint Charbonneau, trader, hunter, guide, interpreter. The ladies are his wives.
Delighted, Captain.
Mr. Charbonneau wants a job.
You told him we have all the people we need, didn't you?
Well, I was about to.
I'm sorry, but I heard you had no one who could speak Shoshone.
Who said we needed anyone for that?
Oh, there are the persistent rumors which we hear from St. Louis.
Mr. Charbonneau, you imply that you speak the Shoshone tongue.
Oh, no, sir. No white man has ever visited the Shoshone, let alone try to learn their language. However, I can offer the next best thing in the person of my youngest wife, Sacagawea. She will accompany me. She speaks Shoshone because she is a Shoshone. I won her in a game of chance from the Gros Ventre some months ago. She also speaks English.
Won her in a game?
5 years ago, a Gros Ventre raiding party took her from her own people.
She's pregnant. She can't go on a long trek.
Oh, by the time the river ice melts next spring, she will have borne me a son.
A baby can't stand a long trip either.
Oh, this baby can, Captain, huh? He will be French and Indian, and the son of Toussaint Charbonneau.
You'll work your heart out if you go with us.
I'm not afraid of hard work. And, did I mention, huh? I'm an excellent cook.
All right, Charbonneau, we'll try it. $25 per month, and keep.
Also keep for Sacagawea, huh?
Yes. Keep for Sacagawea.
Both Charbonneau and Sacagawea helped us put the expedition equipment inside the new stockade. Our friends the Mandans brought us gifts of food, choice meat, vegetables, and pemmican, and Indian dried meat food that was delicious. We stored all perishables outside the buildings where the below-freezing temperatures kept meats fresh and a wooden lattice kept away marauding creatures. Hunting parties went out to augment the supply, and one was attacked by a Sioux raiding party. Kakawita, the Arikara chief, was one of the hunters.
Captain Lewis, there were only 3 of us. Bratton, Newman, me. Newman came only to load the pack animals and do squaw work. But his courage saved us.
His courage saved you? What do you mean by that?
The Sioux, nearly 100 of them, had taken our meat and 2 of our horses and had forced Bratton to give them his knife. Newman threatened them and made them return the knife. Then they left.
Thank you for telling me, Kakawita.
Tomorrow, I go back to my village with 3 chieftains from the Mandans to smoke the pipe of peace with my people. Sometimes men learn from their errors.
Cacahuita and the Mandan ambassadors left for the Arikara settlements to the south of us, and Charbonneau and his wife Sacagawea moved into the fort. The second wife, Otter Woman, did not come along. Plainly, Charbonneau had sent her back to her people. After a few days of shy silence, Sacagawea began to answer questions from me and from Billy Clark, as long as her husband was present.
Sacagawea, is it many moons from here to your people? Can you go there on the river in boats?
It is many moons. Then comes the big falling of water over the steep bluffs, making much noise and a mist like rain.
Yes, go on, Sacagawea. The big fall of water, there must be a portage for boats around it.
Come in.
Black Cat.
Come in, Black Cat.
Health be with you, my friend.
Health be with you. What has brought you to Fort Mandan?
I am deeply troubled. English traders of the Northwest Company are in my village. There is bad talk from one of them called La France.
They threaten you?
La France says the Americans lie to us. All American trade will be controlled by the Sioux.
Do you believe that, Black Cat?
No, but others may. Our neighbors, the Minatari, are already disturbed.
Where will we find this La France? How many men does he bring?
They are 7. La France is aide to the leader, Antoine Larocque. In their trade goods, they bring British flags and medals. Even now, this Larocque is on his way here to speak to you.
Larocque coming here?
It is true.
You will excuse me, gentlemen.
No, we won't, Charbonneau. Stay where you are.
Now tell us why you're afraid of this Larocque.
Oh, it is not fear exactly, huh? It is only that in past seasons I've worked for him. And he will be angry when he finds I have taken employment from you.
You have a right to work for you, please.
My friend, I must not seem to take sides in this. Not at present.
You wish to go?
Yes.
Then go. You are a good friend.
Thank you. Good day, my friend.
We permitted Sacagawea to leave the room. Indeed, Charbonneau suggested it. And then the three of us sat back to wait for Larocque.
Charbonneau, what sort of man is this Larocque?
Young, adventurous, greedy for quick profit. In many ways, he is the typical French-Canadian who has joined with the English in the hope that he has chosen the winning side. He fancies himself clever and urban, which he really is not.
Captain Clark, or is it Captain Lewis?
Both of us are here. Come in, Larocque.
You expected me. You know my name. Now I understand. It was you, Charbonneau, who heard I was here and informed our American friends.
Oh, no, Larocque, no. But I wish you to meet my employers, huh? Captain Meriwether Lewis, Captain William Clark.
I am honored.
Sit down, Mr. Larocque, and tell us what's on your mind.
Does one have to have something on his mind to seek out a company of other white men in a land of benighted savages?
You have come with 7 men from your base on the Assiniboine. You have allowed your man La France to spread falsehoods against us among the people you call benighted savages.
Captain, that is a most unfriendly statement.
We'll expect you to put a muzzle on this, La France, and since Louisiana is now a part of the United States, there will be no distribution of George III medallions and Union Jacks to the Indians.
As you wish. I will give out beads and vermilion, which are more popular anyway. I am here not as a newcomer, but as a man who has for years conducted trade with the Mandans and the Minataris. For several years I have used the same interpreter, but now I learn that you have hired him.
Well, we might loan him to you from time to time.
Oh, that would be most kind.
If Mr. Charbonneau is willing, of course.
Oh, I'm willing, if I receive additional pay from Monsieur Larocque.
Oh, very well, Charbonneau. I plan a brief trip to the Minatari villages on the Knife River. You will meet me day after tomorrow in the Upper Mandan village, provided, of course, you can be spared for a month.
That is agreeable, Captain Clark.
We'll be right here when you get back.
Thank you. Day after tomorrow, Larocque, huh? Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course.
Charbonneau is good with the Minataris because he understands them.
As long as his personal life doesn't interfere with his efficiency.
Exactly.
May I offer you a dram of whiskey?
Oh, yes, thank you. I couldn't help but notice your fine equipment. And you have admirably disciplined troops. Stalwart, strong, capable of anything.
There you are, Leroy. Meriwether.
Thank you.
To your long journey.
Our long journey?
You are exploring to the west.
Seems we can't hide it any longer.
I am an experienced man in the wilderness. Why don't you take me along?
Are you serious?
I am.
If you want to go west, you'll have to organize your own expedition.
Perhaps I will. By the way, I have been reliably informed that Britain has a right of access to the Mississippi and Missouri river systems.
You've been grossly misinformed. Both river systems are entirely within the territorial limits of the United States.
Isn't that a matter for the surveyors and the cartographers to determine?
Captain Clark is a surveyor and a cartographer. For your information, Laroque, Louisiana extends to the northern tributary of the Assiniboine, the Qu'Appelle River.
That's as far north as Lake Winnipeg. I find that impossible to accept.
But it's a fact, Laroque. You'll be glad to know that our President, Thomas Jefferson, has decided on a policy of free trade in Louisiana for the present. That means the English may continue to trade with the Indians as long as they treat them fairly.
I refuse to accept you as either a political or economic judge. However, I also refuse to quarrel. I thank you for the use of Charbonneau. I will see that our friend keeps a rein on his tongue. Good day, gentlemen.
Charbonneau went with Laroque and his traders, and during the month that he was gone, weather took hold of the fort. Even my big active dog Scannon preferred to stay indoors. On Christmas Day, celebrated with extra rations and a salute from the swivel guns, it was so cold that the river ice groaned, cottonwood boughs boomed like musketry, and the guard had to be changed every hour to keep the men on duty from freezing to death. And then one windless, icy day in early January, Charbonneau returned. Unsmiling, nervous, he approached Billy and me in our workroom.
Gentlemen, may I speak to you both? Of course.
You look worried.
My friend, Laroque, says he asked to join the expedition, and you refused. He's a good man. Would be of great value.
To the British or us?
To us, of course.
We can't take the chance of hiring a man so dedicated to British objectives.
I see. There is another subject, huh? When I agreed to go, there were things we did not discuss.
And now you want to speak up.
You are getting two people instead of one.
We hired you, not your wife. We agreed to take her along when you asked.
Yes, but she will render valuable service. Remember, she speaks Shoshone.
You want more money?
Yes. And I will not do heavy lifting or pole or pull both. Huh? I am not a common laborer.
We all pull and carry heavy weights when necessary.
I am a specialist, and I must have $50 for the two of us.
Billy, you haven't said anything.
I've been too amazed.
Do you agree we can struggle along without him?
I think so.
Charbonneau, you're fired. You have until noon to get your gear out of the fort.
But what will you do when you reach Shoshone country?
Use sign language. Now get out of here. You actually believe he's so important he can dictate to us?
Either that or Laroque paid him to do it.
That could be an act of harassment, something to make our progress just a little bit more difficult.
Who is it?
Charbonneau.
Come in.
I am back.
So we see.
I wish to say that, I spoke hastily, heedlessly. Oh, I cannot take my wife out into this cold. I wish to remain.
Very well. But if poling or towing or heavy lifting is called for, you will do your share.
Yes, more than my share.
We're taking you back because of your wife.
Because of Sacagawea?
We don't want her out in the cold.
January gave way to February, and the fort became almost a factory of preparations for spring. In contrast to Moses Reed, the sullen-acting convicted deserter, John Newman discharged for insubordination, worked as eagerly and as hard as any of the men assured of a place in the upriver contingent.
Meriwether, I think Newman's trying to make up for his mistake.
I know, he has for months.
Or should we give him a second chance?
I don't know, Billy.
Neither do I.
Billy Clark took over direct supervision of the extra boatmen and soldiers, 14 of them, who would take the keel boat and its valuable cargo downriver to St. Louis. Aboard would be all the information we'd collected to date from Mr. Jefferson, as well as specimens of flora and fauna, and the 2 specimens of disobedience, Reed and Newman.
In February, a troubled Charbonneau brought Sacagawea to us. She was undergoing labor pains. Although Meriwether and I had had considerable practical experience in medicine, this would be our first attempt at obstetrics. Sacagawea was long hours in labor, and we began to worry about losing her, until George Drouillard recalled an old Indian method of bringing on the birth. In the village, we secured rattles from the tail of a diamondback, pulverized them into a powder. With some skepticism, I mixed the powder in water and gave it to Sacagawea to drink. And within 10 minutes, she delivered the child.
Here, look at him, Sacagawea.
Him, Sacagawea. Boy!
Sacagawea named the boy Baptiste. Billy, immediately fond of the bright-eyed little fellow, nicknamed him Pompey because he was such a soldier about getting born. And then winter began to soften into spring. The ice broke up. Noisy formations of birds began to fly north. On a gray day in March, we gathered on the bank of the river for the departure of the keel boat. A number of the Mandans came to watch. Also LaRoque, who took in everything with the greatest of interest. Then John Newman leaped out of the boat and came to us.
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, I'm sorry. I tried to show you how I felt.
We know, Newman.
I want to go on with you. Please, sir?
We're going into the unknown. We can't be sure of what we'll have to face. A man who cracked under strain once could do so again. I'm sorry, we can't take it.
But, Captain...
You heard the order. Now back in the boat.
Yes, sir.
That was a hard decision to make, Meriwether.
There's so much at stake I had to turn him down.
Well, you were right.
In another week, we had loaded our boats and were poised on the riverbank for our start. Black Cat and several Mandans came to bid us goodbye.
You will return?
Yes, Black Cat. A year, perhaps less.
My people are sad.
That means we are friends.
Good fortune go with you.
Thank you.
All set, Meriwether.
Men, we are about to penetrate unexplored country of at least 2,000 miles in width. Let's get on with it.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 3, Dakota Winter, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Bill Keane, Cliff Holland, Howard Culver, and John Cedar. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Halt the troops, Sergeant Ordway.
Yes, sir. Troop! Halt! Troop! Halt!
Now, this is a rest stop. Take half an hour. Ordway, get my map case. Bring Pryor back with you.
Yes, sir.
Captain, this rapid pace is not good on the feet of unshod horses.
And hard on the riders, Charbonneau, but there's no help for it. We're short on time.
But soon we enter the Lemhi country. We will have to slow down or kill off the horses.
Wonder if we can't avoid the Lemhi Pass this time. Take a tip from the buffalo. The trails seem to run to the southeast.
That is good, sir. Only yesterday, Sacagawea was saying we should follow the buffalo.
Janie said that? How does she know?
As a young maiden, she came here often with her people to dig roots. She knows this country.
Where is she?
With the baby. The rapid riders have set him in the stomach. Sacagawea makes him a more comfortable listener.
Suppose you do that. Send her to me.
Yes, sir.
The chart, sir.
Pryor reporting, sir.
Yes. Now, both of you take a look at this map. We're right about here, 2 days south from Traveler's Rest. Almost to where East Fork Creek cuts into the Bitterroot River.
We camped here last fall. We were saying then that the worst was over, only it wasn't.
Captain Clark, if we're going to make it through the Lemhi country, we better rest the horses longer than half an hour.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Well, how's little Pompey? You need something to settle his stomach?
He's sleeping. He will be all right.
Charbonneau says you know this country.
Well, here I found the roots that taste like your carrot.
Now, look at this map, Janie. If we keep on south, we'll have to travel two sides of a triangle.
Triangle? What is a triangle, sir?
A figure with three sides. Look, south from here to where we came out of the pass last year. That's one side.
One side.
Now we turn due east through the pass to the cache at the headwaters of the Jefferson. That's the second side.
Oh, now I understand. It is shorter if you go this way, the third side.
What kind of a trail is it, Janie? Is it difficult?
Oh, it is very pretty. The buffalo always choose easy trails.
Good. Shallow water just ahead, if my memory serves. We'll ford the river and take the next buffalo trail bearing to the southeast.
There is much peril, Captain. The southeast goes into Crow country. The Crow people like to steal. They like to kill.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves. July 5, 1806. William Clark, with two-thirds of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, moved toward the headwaters of the Jefferson River in what is now southwestern Montana. His partner, Meriwether Lewis, led the rest of the Corps into northern Montana to explore Marias River. Clark would follow the Jefferson to Three Forks, where Sergeant Ordway would take 9 men down the Missouri to the Great Falls, where he would make a portage, then meet Lewis at the union of the Missouri and the Marias. The combined party would move on to where the Missouri met the Yellowstone, on the border between present-day Montana and North Dakota. Clark, meanwhile, would go east to the Yellowstone and follow its curving course to that common point of rendezvous, the Yellowstone and Missouri. Essentially, Lewis was making a semicircle to the northeast, Clark to the southeast, and Sergeant Ordway in between. All three, in acquiring vital geographical information, were risking their lives by traveling in groups so small that they invited attack by hostile Indians.
If we rode with danger, we also rode with beauty. The country that required constant alertness also displayed gently rolling hills covered with the bright bloom of wildflowers and small plains areas that looked like parklands. Every forested glade we passed could have been a hiding place for savages, planning our extermination.
Captain, I was figuring we're about half a day from the cache. You want me to take out a hunting party and get us some meat and set up camp there?
What's your hurry, Ordway?
Oh, no hurry, sir.
Could it be you remember that cache has tobacco in it?
I admit it, sir. I'm dying for a chaw. Except for a whiff or two on a peace pipe, not a man jack of us had tobacco for 6 months.
Go ahead. Take Shannon, Willard, and York with you. Keep a sharp eye out for hostiles.
Yes, sir.
We pushed on, moving at a slow pace to save the horses. Something would have to be done about resting them and then protecting their hoofs against the prickly pear they would soon encounter. I had seen Indian ponies wearing overshoes made of buffalo hide. Perhaps if Ordway and the hunters were lucky enough to bring in buffalo, we could make shoes for our suffering animals. Along toward the end of the day, we reached our destination, the cache. 2 buffalo were cooking over the fires, and our canoes of last year had been recovered.
Over here, Captain Clark. Over here, sir.
Halt! Halt! Let's get those horses unloaded.
Canoes are in fair shape, sir. A little work and they'll be ready.
All right. Windsor, Charbonneau, take the first watch. Ordway, get a shovel. We'll take a look at that cache.
Yes, sir. Follow me, Captain.
Slowly, Sergeant, slowly.
Excuse me for being in a hurry, sir. But all day I've been thinking how good it'll be to have my face filled with some good old Virginia.
Well, don't hope too much. Perhaps water got in and spoiled it all.
Well, don't say that, sir. Well, here we are, sir. You really think it'll be spoiled? This is high ground, sir.
Save your breath and dig. I didn't tell him that I was as interested as he was in the tobacco. I let him dig, watching how carefully he exposed the contents of the hole, protected by a layer of pine boughs and a heavy tarpaulin. I had Private Gibson get in the hole and pass out the stored articles. Out came notes and specimens carefully wrapped. Lead canisters of powder, spare tools.
All looks to be in fair shape, sir. Say, what's this? Tobacco?
Well, now, Sergeant, I imagine it is. Except for men on watch, all tobacco users, front and center.
Look out now, don't shove.
Hey, York, get your big foot off the line.
Keep your feet out of the way, boy. Stop trying to make footprints for me.
Me make prints for you. Only an elephant can do that.
All right, line up. Stop shoving, Shannon.
Who's shoving, Sergeant?
Quiet, listen. Now listen.
All right, quiet.
This is the way it'll be with the tobacco. 2 feet to each man, including Captain Lewis's detail when we meet him. After, we put aside 1/3 for trading goods.
Want me to start cutting it, sir?
Pryor's studier with a knife. You hand it out.
Yes, sir.
Some of the men bit off chaws the moment they received their tobacco. Others waited until after the evening meal, as I did. I filled my pipe, took a long pull, and was so dizzy I could hardly sit up.
What's the matter, Captain? Dizzy?
I'm not used to smoking anymore.
Everybody in camp's dizzy with it.
Maybe I'll put mine aside for now. Gotta have somebody in camp with his wits about him.
Yes, I thought of that, sir. No tobacco to the guards.
I sat back and watched the fire. I felt nervous, despite the fact that the horses seemed all right. The guards were alert, capable. Then I realized that in the morning I faced the necessity of dividing my command, even before Ordway took his party down the Missouri. Meriwether Lewis had helped plan that, just as he had everything else we'd done in over 2 years. Until now, we had shared all responsibilities. Now, I would have to bear it alone. Sergeant Pryor.
Yes, sir?
As soon as Ordway and Cruzat get through with minor repairs in the morning, I'll be taking the canoes downriver. Besides yourself, who are the best horse handlers in camp?
Oh, Shannon for one, and Windsor's good.
All right, take them and Hall and Willard. Drive the horses to 3 forks where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers come together to form the Missouri. You understand?
Yes, sir. 3 forks.
I'll meet you there with the boats in 3 to 4 days. We were on the river again, but it didn't seem the same river we had traveled before by oar, pole, tow rope. Now we glided effortlessly and rapidly with the current. In the space of a single day, we swept by 6 previous campsites, and 3 days after we had taken to the boats, we neared the 3 forks.
Smoke up ahead, Captain.
So I see. We'll approach with caution.
It is white man's fire, Captain.
Yeah, there's too much size for the Indian fire, huh?
Put the telescope on it, sir.
It's Pryor and the men. They're cooking supper.
Oh, we're right on time.
I can see some of the horses. Lay into shore, Ordway.
Yes, sir.
We beached the boats and got out to face a grinning Pryor and his detail. 6 deer were cooking over as many fires.
Well, what took you? We stopped to hunt and got up a meal for everybody, and still we've been here nigh under 2 hours.
We had to go back to Fort Clatsop to pick up some blue beads you left.
Nate, we figured Injuns would have got you by now.
What Injuns?
The ones you ain't seen.
That's the way I like them.
The meat's looking mighty good.
Should be ready to eat.
Hey, yo, what do you say we help dish up, no?
Sure thing, Charbonneau.
Any sign at all of Indians, Pryor?
Nothing.
Well, then I think I'm hungry. Let's eat.
No, I'm with you there.
The eating was mighty good. And to borrow a favorite phrase of Meriwether's, we fared sumptuously. Then, temporarily, we defeated swarms of mosquitoes by throwing enough green wood on the fires to make them smoke. The men relaxed with their tobacco, and for the first time in many months, I heard York sing.
Relaxing sound, that singing.
He sang a lot back home. Women used to sit around and listen.
I sure envy him that. Me, I had to chase after him.
Captain, here we are at the Missouri. When do I leave? In the morning?
That's right, with 9 men and the baggage. You should manage fine. Gas will meet you at the Great Falls with the trucks for the portage. Then you go down the Missouri to meet Captain Lewis at the Marias River.
Can I have Cruzat and Calder?
Yes. Anybody else?
Oh, you name the others, sir.
Well, Weiser, Collins, Willard, Howard, LePage, Potts, and Whitehouse. All of them are good in the boats. Now remember, you'll be in danger mostly on land. In camp or hunting, keep alert.
Anything you want me to say to Captain Lewis?
No, I'll write him tonight. After breakfast the next day, Ordway left. A little nervous, but with an outward show of confidence. He was on his own, and I hoped he would be all right. Pryor got the rest of us ready for the overland trek. All horses were now provided with tough buffalo hide overshoes.
49 horses, 1 colt, sir. All baggage loaded, and we're ready to move.
Fine. Where's Janie?
I passed the word. She's coming. Huh. Here she is now.
Sir?
You know the river called Yellowstone, Janie?
It is from the south and turns east, a fine river.
Southeast. Is that the direction for us?
To the mountains. Take pass. Yellowstone River is on other side.
How much time to go down the Yellowstone to the Missouri? 1 moon?
Maybe half a moon. First part, we maybe have trouble with Crow tribes.
Well, we better get started, Pryor.
Yes, sir.
We rode through country that continued to be a scenic delight. With plenty of game near at hand. We climbed by easy stages into the mountains, and Sacagawea located a pleasant pass which led us into the valley of the Yellowstone.
Captain, this is really easy traveling. I hope Ordway is having as easy a time of it.
And Captain Lewis up in Blackfoot country.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Injuns, so far not a hide nor hair of one. Hey, Charbonneau, where are all them Injuns Sacagawea said we'd run into?
Do you not feel them, Sergeant? Especially at night, huh? They're all around us.
Biding their time, I suppose. Waiting till they catch a sentry asleep.
We've been lucky. Perhaps they're afraid of our weapons.
You really believe they're all around, Charbonneau? Does Janie think so?
She hopes that seeing a woman and a child among us will make them realize we are a party of peace.
Captain, when we come to the river, do we stay on shore and follow it, or do we make dugouts?
Both. Staying in sight of each other. Half of the boats, half of the horses should be some insurance against attack.
Captain, I have found one of the roots like a carrot. I have pulled it for you.
Yeah, it sure looks like a carrot. Tonight I'll try to draw a picture of it for Captain Lewis.
Captain, look. Back in the pass. Smoke.
It is a crow signal smoke.
You're sure?
But there is also answering smoke far ahead of us.
Well, I'll be danged. Over on the horizon.
Uh-huh. You see, Sergeant?
They have been following us for days.
That night, when we made our camp, I doubled the number of men on watch. I sat up much later than usual, straining eyes and ears for the sight or sound of hostiles. But nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, to be awakened by a grim Sergeant Pryor.
Captain?
Morning, Pryor.
There's 3 horses missing, sir.
But missing? You're sure they didn't stray?
Yes, sir. I found an Indian moccasin print. And the 3 were our best horses.
But didn't the sentries hear anything during the night?
Not a thing.
There was room for doubt about this first adroitly managed theft. It vanished in the developments for the next 2 nights. Each night, despite the most elaborate of precautions, 2 more horses disappeared. Again, the best animals. Attention began to communicate itself to the men. The idea of standing watch with all faculties alert and still unable to detect the thieves in action is very hard on morale. It made a man doubt himself.
I don't see how they got away with it.